All right, let's go ahead and begin. Let me go up. There we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you fine nerds doing today? So let me say hello to all my fine nerds. Also, I'm testing out audio ducking. So, we'll see if that works. In theory, what it should be doing is that when I speak, the BGM gets a little quieter. People on the YouTube side, you probably can't hear it anyway, which is fine. That's intentional. Uh, what does Hal do? I'll paint rats. Not today though. We got other stuff to paint today. I will paint a rat at some point. I think I do it like every 3 months so I can kind of maintain my Skeven painter card. You say, hello, the real evil Steve. Congratulations on the first. Hello, Gordo. Hello, Matthew. Hello, nobody. Hello, Isaac 6969. Nice, nice. Rats someday. Someday I'll do rats. What do you mean? What do you mean? Audio ducking sounds like something different. No, it's literally you're making the audio duck when you speak. It makes total sense. It makes total sense. Yeah, I guess I could just like print a rat and just give it like the biggest globbiest slather. Or maybe like there's a thing that Midwinter Mini did and saw what happens when you paint a mini with effectively 100 layers of a paint from like there was like a Necron with like 100 layers of the metallic. The best was the Daemonette with 100 layers of Ard coat, which is just like a thin acrylic medium that's supposed to be like a protective layer. Oh, and boy, howdy, it makes those boys thick. All right, let me show you what's on the menu tonight. We got a bunch of minis. A lot of them only really need minor changes. So today is technically another cleanup day for my desk, but that's fine. It effectively looked like that. Like I borderline don't know if I could even show it because it like the worst part is that like even though it's entirely clear, it still kind of reminds like God, what's it? What like the fucking like My Little Pony radiator thing. It basically has that same energy. It's fucking wild. Also, today we are going to be listening to an album of Japanese voice actresses doing punk covers. Um, this is a fucking listen. I I like luckily there's certain spicy websites on the internet. Oh god. Oh god, should I? Okay. Well, let me at least get painting something while I explain what the fuck that was. So we have I have my rebase chaos warriors. What they need is that they need effectively how I put like a ground texture there. I need to put a ground texture on this other layer so I can make the boots look like it's covered in ground. I have my Angmar orcs. They fell out. That's fine. I knew gravity would do something, and I chose to do it anyway. And also, I did a bunch of oil washing yesterday, like right before stream. Which goddamn, I had a lot of fun with Metal of Chaos. So I found out after stream that apparently the boss fight layer, the final boss has a second layer. Like you can somehow climb up some stairs somewhere, and that like when you fight the final boss, what that means is that like you have zero chance of getting ran over, which was something that would always fuck with me. And also at a higher vantage point, you could bop the missiles. And it's like, what the fuck? How long is that? Like, was that there the whole time? I never really thought to look around the arena like that because I swear I looked it around for anything else. And then I also got my Stormcast. Check it out. They've been oil washed. And here, let me zoom in, and we're gonna get the someday I'll get rid of that. But yeah, I did a heavy oil wash on these bad boys. So there's not like a whole lot that needs to go on there. All right. So now the all right, Steve. I'm surprised. I thought this was just kind of like general internet lore, like everyone was aware that this was a thing. But apparently not. It is a very Uncle Core effect. I that's why I love it. I love it so much. It's so great. But yeah, these guys are just gonna need like basically I need to paint the rims black. I need to put little orange dots in all the candles, and I need to put little red dots on the fucking gems. And that'll be it. Okay, so let me see. Hey everybody. We all know that like My Little Pony is a show about cartoon horses. And there's two types of fans for that. I guess three. One type are children. They're literal children. They're like, I love cartoons. And it is definitely a cartoon. They are the target demographic. Then there's like older people who enjoy it in like a generally kind of like nice and wholesome way. Um, like I like parents that watch the show and are like, hey, they throw in some references for us. That's nice. Or just like there's like types of people that are like cartoon people in the same way that there's like anime people, which that might make them sound more cursed than they are, but it's really not that big of a deal. And then yeah, there's the fucking then there's people who like My Little Pony in a terrible way. Oh, let's see for Tiger Fox. How you doing? Nice. There you go. First snap, first try. Let's fucking go. I'm getting better at snapping. Wow. Look at me. Look at me improving skills. I feel so good. See, the thing is, like, I really don't know who Vaush is, to be honest. Vaush, like, I'm aware that he's one of those, like, internet weirdos that kind of, like, gets into a lot of, like, fights with people. That's vaguely the gist I could put together. That's a side tangent where effectively he was like someone who is like a real prick, and then I guess at some point accidentally revealed that he liked like weird horse lewds and also Matsuri from Hololive. Good old festival. Last time, like, she was like super, because like she was one of the first VTubers that got kind of noticed in the West because she did the stream where she talked about when in high school she went to gym class with just band-aids on her nipples. Because she was like, she either was like forgot her bra that day or was feeling lazy. I forget which. I remember that was like a very early viral clip. And hello, Derp, and hello, Grilson. How you doing? Welcome. Immediately, we're going to wild places tonight. So why is there's like, what kind of fucking dust is this? I don't understand. But anyway, back to the jar. I love, like, as somebody who uses mason jars for like a lot of things, from pickling to like stripping paint from minis to just like holding stuff. I love that just like the idea of a glass jar on the internet is just like whenever they get mentioned, you're like, oh no, something bad's about to happen. I am doing good. I've been working on some 3D prints. I'm trying to fix my current my like spool 3D printer, which is currently like broken, I guess. Like I'm grabbing some minis. I don't know what's up with it. It's just clogged all the time now, and I'm trying to figure out exactly why, and I can't really quite figure it out. I don't drink from mason jars. No, I'm not an asshole. No, I'm sure there's plenty of nice people that drink from mason jars. Anyway, this guy on the internet basically let's just say there was a My Little Pony figure in a jar, and that jar got filled up. You can use your imagination, and then it got like forgotten on a radiator for a while, so it was extra cursed. The Lemon Pig 2 is doing good. It actually has not significantly changed. Like, I do unironically think the resin basically flash preserved it. I think it was like a combination of like the scalding heat and the fact that like air contaminants can't really get to it. Now, I do have it on a paper plate when I store it. Yeah, the most forbidden cheese. But Lemon Pig 2, I believe, is doing good. I don't check on it super often, but I do have like a plate should things get a little wacky, get a little wild and wacky. It should be like that. Has somebody resin froze a hot dog, I guess? I guess a lot of people preserve things in hot dogs, to be preserve things in resin. I'm sure people have also preserved things in hot dogs, and by that I mean like opposite. Absolutely destroyed things with hot dogs. But because I remember there was a thing like right before I did the stream, I was like, "Hey Echo, I'm gonna do this. Isn't it gonna be funny?" And she's like, "Oh, there's like a YouTube channel I could have showed you that has like people who've been doing this for a while and they got tips and things to watch out for." And I was like, "Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine." I say as I slowly dunked a lemon. The thing is, like, the lemon wasn't even the weird part. The weird part is because I forgot that resin superheats when it like cures. So like the little thin plastic thing I put it in basically warped and melted, and I was very lucky that it did not cover my kitchen floor. Oh, speaking about Echo 2, hey everybody, You might not have seen it yet, but check it out. There's some new emote. There's a new emote. There is a new emote. Which I can just put the big one on screen. If you look for the hype emote, it has evolved. Here's the big version. Let's go. There we go. Look, it's Pino. Yeah, it's a little hype Pino. So if you need that for your local karaoke or I'm doing a good job or whatever the fuck, that's there now. And Echo drew that for me. I did pay her. I did pay her because I think Echo is a good artist, but she's got uwu brainworms like 90% of other VTubers. I was like, you could probably like, you're like a legit artist. You could probably like do this for money or just like more often at the very least. Yeah, Fox, thank you for shouting out Echo. And then she did one for her for because she's hella sick with an ear infection, so she's like, I can't stream. I need to do something. I'm doing art. And she did like a one of her mascots. I was like, how much for a Pino one? Then here we go. Oh, there's a little bit where like the fucking color didn't go through. That's fine. I can tweak that. I can tweak that. Well, I'll have to do some touch-ups on all these. I always repaint the base just because I think just like a freshly black painted base looks nice. Yeah, there we go. Exactly. Got it. You got it. Yeah, it's good. I honestly, the thing is, I love a good hype emote, especially for like karaoke stuff. I think because like usually I'm not like a big emote spammy guy. Like I'll do what's it called? I'll do like a couple, or like usually I limit it to like a little bit. But then like during like big karaoke or hype moments, it's pretty fun just to just like fucking mash those motherfuckers. Hello, Zephyr. How you doing? Welcome. I still have not done anything for the advanced funny number. I kind of just almost want to leave it up, just like absolutely not doing anything. Totally broken. Well, broken would imply it would have done something, and it does not. There is no God, this guy. Super crusty base. It'd be like that sometimes where it's like like if the spillover's not too bad, I usually don't fight it. Where it's like I'm going around the edges on this one. Or it spills a new line. Same. I don't know. I'm surprised my name doesn't spill more considering Halbernacht is stupid long. It is a very long name. And there are like nights that I sit in my bed. I'm like, I wonder if my name's too long. I wonder if my name's too long, and that might have been like not a great thing to have a stupid long name. Maybe. I think about that sometimes. Not like super bad. Like I'm oh, the reason I'm making noise is I accidentally knocked into some shit because I'm trying to. The problem about working with a bunch of troops today is that desk space is at a premium. Today, desk space is at a real fucking premium. Oh yeah, BioShock is pretty fun. I played it a very, very little bit, like back on like the 360, and I've not touched it since. Hello, Belner. I'm psychic. I was already drinking when you arrived. My hands are moving on their own. Kya! Fucking stretch. There we go. Excellent. You doing though? You doing? I'm working on many and sundry troops. I got so many. It's kind of weird because like I'm kind of at like a weird spot where it's like I have plenty of minis to do, but like I'm running out of minis to do that don't require prep time, if that makes any sense. I'll have minis that like, oh, I need to good place to put it. Like, oh, I got minis that will require me to like I gotta like prime them or I gotta build them. A lot of those are actually kind of exhausted. Oh yeah, there was that remaster collection. I think I got that on the Epic store. I was originally one of those people like I will never get Epic. And people were like, Halber, play Fortnite with me. And now I have Epic. So I'm sorry. Sorry, Steam Bros. I have betrayed you. And by betrayed you, I mean like legitimately sometimes the problem is with that thinking is I fall into that trap a lot. Like the way my brain works, it really likes the idea of set aside dedicated time blocks to do something. It's like, ah, yes, this weekend will be when I clean the house, or like, ah, yes, this day is when I will do the stuff. And the problem is because I'm like super scheduling things, and like life is not very consistent like that. It actively sometimes makes it really, really hard for me to kind of complete it, get the stuff done I need to do, which is a bit of a problem. But I probably could. I could probably. Let's get a little bit of dirt on the. Like I said I was like, "How you doing, Chieftain? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing?" Stick and force you to make. I mean, I guess I could build minis on stream. There's technically nothing stopping me from the assembly portion. I think my brain is just people don't want to see people build minis. That's silly talk. And I'm like, oh wait, no, there's literally people that watch you build Gunpla. It's not that much different. So maybe I might do that like this weekend. I still got the fucking Primaris Repulsor tank that Headless got me for Christmas, and I do need to build that because that's a gift, and I don't want to let a gift fucking languish. Oh yeah, Chieftain. I'm working on basically I'm just going through like a bunch of troops I need to do and getting them some paint. So like my these are my old Chaos Warriors. These were painted prior to me VTubing. This is probably, if I had to put a number on it, I want to say fall of 2009. That sounds about right. Like that tracks, I believe. Where I went to my back because it was definitely pre-COVID because my local game store used to do these really baller, like, they still use models now, but they used to do like full-on fucking swap meets. Like you could roll up to a swap meet like your minis and set up like not a booth but like a little table. There's like little sections of like a big array of tables, and people would be like, "How much?" You could kind of barter and trade and whatnot. It was really cool. Um, and then also the store itself had like big buckets of just like bits and other nonsense. It was really neat. I'm pretty sure COVID just killed that off. Like they consolidated as buckets, and they've just never. If they've done a swap meet, it's been during a day where I've not been aware of it. I don't believe they've ever redone a swap meet. I'll have to double check on that. But it was nice. That was where I got my That's where I got my Inquisitor book, and also got the Space Marines from the guy whose wife was like, "I'm going to give you an ultimatum. It's me or the Warhammers that you're not working with." And then he sold the Warhammers. He sold the Warhammers. But yeah. So that's where I got these from. I got these from, not from that guy. That guy is I don't know if he's even still in the hobby. Like I don't know if that was just a what's it called? What's it called? I don't know if it was like you have plenty and this is your excess, or this is all your minis and you got to stop. Or you say, would I stop doing Warhammer if like my wife? See, the thing is, I gotta agree with Derp. I hate ultimatums, drive me up the fucking wall. I was like, "Hi, Jeff. How you doing? Welcome. I'm painting more like I'm doing a lot of basic stuff today. But I'm also gonna, in theory, paint some Angmar works. I'm doing this in shifts. But when it comes to there's sometimes in a relationship where a fucking ultimatum makes sense. But that's like when you're suffering from like an addiction of some sort, where it's like get off the booze, or we're over. I can understand that. But the whole like, I don't know, non-threatening ultimatums like feel really weird to me. Also, hello Reality and hello Astro. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? See, the funny thing about Whitehaver though is there are plenty of like people who are like married couples, or like in a long-term relationship with people that enjoy their hobbies with them, and it's really nice. A couple of them have channels even. There's what's it called? There is Broadsword, I believe it's Broadsword Minis, is like a husband, wife, or girlfriend, boyfriend combo that works on some stuff together. And then there's like Wib and Snib. I don't remember exactly their names, but they're like a British couple. Um, they're a British couple that do, effectively what they do is like they'll find very old like Warhammer books, and I don't mean like lore. I mean like they go to like an old codex and be like, this is how Eldar has kind of changed in a while. This is some of the funky stuff they used to do in the books. wife hammers, justice sisters. No, if the funny thing, okay, if we're going really into the stereotypical, and I've seen this argument before, what's the stereotypical female Warhammer army? And to this day, it rings true, and it's Tyranids. Based on my experience, if you're going through the stereotypical, and like this doesn't mean that like women don't play like Space Marines and Necrons and whatever the fuck, but that was always kind of the like what is the army for women's in Warhammer? Now you can take what you will out of that. The ducking is really inconsistent. All right, probably here. What I'll do then, I have an idea. Thank you for letting me know what I'm gonna do. Studio mode. I think I'll just disable it for now, and I'll just kind of tweak the volume. Once again, I am very thankful that you let me know about that. All right. Mic chaining is off, and the BGM limiter will be like somewhere around there. That should be a good bar to like make sure the YouTube is not too loud. Thank you though. Thank you. Let me know if this sounds better now. The music should be a bit more consistent now at the very least. Yeah. Good chunk for it's Nids. I haven't seen a lot more orcs lately. So there I will say I did find out that today Project Melody is apparently painting an orc on stream. But she's doing it on Fansly with a device inside of her. So best of luck with that. I'm sure that'll be a very interesting painting experience, unironically. I think it's because like orcs are the funny guys. They're the little goofy lads, the little comedian lads. So yeah, it's really hard not to like them. Like generally people like outside of like real. I've seen people who dislike orcs a couple of times, and they usually fall into two camps. One of them is that they're no fun allowed people, and those people will be crushed. The other one is like a environment triggered version of like disliking orcs. Because that used to be a thing that I think has calmed down a little bit. The stereotype of you go to the game store and a gigantic aggressive nerd will just yell "wah" every 10 seconds when you try to do anything. Oh, it's probably just my mic then. I could just pull that up to my face. It's okay. I might still experiment with audio ducking a bit later. Yeah, I'll try. I brought the mic a little bit closer, so we should be good now. We should be good. How you doing, Quay? Welcome. How you doing? I'm working on some bases. And hello, Nitrous, as well. Welcome. I am still working on some bases. I got goddamn 20 chaos knights, like knights. There we go. To get a little bit of dirt on their feet and cloaks, so they'll be fine. Like I said, today like is an extreme version of that. I did not kill the vice president last night. Jesus Christ. Okay. For anyone who missed it, and if you did miss like the very end of last stream, I don't blame you because I went late. What happens is, let me catch you up to speed. What felt like the climax of like you beat Richard Hawk is not the climax, because then he escapes to the goddamn space and you follow him to space. And in space, he has effectively a Metal Gear. Like we've been joking about how like this is almost kind of like a prototype Revengeance, but he straight up does have like a Metal Gear, like basically more like a Shagohod style thing, where it's like it's definitely way more tank than gear, but it can step upright. Yeah, he basically did that. There's also a weird implication that like you cucked him out of the metal, and that's the real reason why he's salty. I'll go to the one place untouched by capitalism. Space! One of these days I would like to play Command & Conquer, but I'm not particularly good at RTS games. So yeah, the problem is though, is that the boss fight, if you even touch the front of this vehicle, you instantly die. Then after that, what happens is that there's a second stage. Also, by the way, your burst attack no longer works. Like, get fucked, idiot. Your burst attack does nothing. He pretty much did do that. He like, because actually, even back on Earth, he mentions, like, when you're fighting in the casino, he mentions the metal. God, I would love it if, like, legitimately the only reason he's really, really upset, like, he was talking about trimming the fat, was that, like, he feels like the United States has failed him because you got a medal when he didn't. What should be because, like, he's like, I wanted the medal because I killed the most people and, like, I did the most, like, damage in the Arizona, like, incident thing. And then fucking President Michael Wilson's like, yeah, but I saved the most lives, and that's what really matters because I'm an American. That would be oh, that'd be fucking glorious. I'm being kind of sloppy on these bits, but that's fine. I said, the goal, because this is for a rebasing project, the real goal is more like, I don't want to, like, these are early models I've done. These are not anywhere close to, like, my current level of skill. I could do way better. But I want to, for the most part, leave the paint job intact. I will be giving these an oil wash, though, because that will kind of unify them more to the rest of my army. And I think it's easy thing to do. It's like I don't want to sit down and be like, oh, the back. Oh, I could do better cloak highlights because I absolutely could now. I could absolutely do better cloak highlights. But like that kind of defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do with this project. And minimize the amount of like little gaps and whatnot. This is why I probably should have. Oh god, it's way too much. I can use it. I probably should have did this guy first, but that's fine. Like these guys first. General, because I think it's going to take a while for some of this like extra thick goop to dry. But yeah, no, he literally did the it's funny because it did sound like he was doing an Armstrong thing, but it's more like the most potent form of sour grapes you've ever seen. Man with the metal ore suit. I mean, Richard Hawk didn't like. The thing is, even if he is just pissy about like not getting a medal, he still did throw in a successful coup of the entire United States. Like credit where credit's due. That's a hard thing to do. He even like once you get to the moon, he's like, you ruined everything. You ruined my dream. Also, I love you. Like it's one of those things where he's kind of entering that like you've ruined my life and I'm obsessed with you kind of love though. Like I don't think he's hard gay. I don't think he's hard gay anymore. What day is it today? It's Wednesday? Is today a holiday I'm not aware of? I don't know. What do be today? What do be today? Oh god, I'm about to drop this motherfucker. These have like really because like when I glued them back, Hopper Wednesday, is that even a holiday? Michael Wilson sexual. I mean, if you get a boner for patriotism, like he's like yeah, it's like he's not attracted to like genders. He just loves patriots, even though he feels cucked out of his metal. And there's no one more patriot than President Michael Wilson. Also, hello Lemon, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, I was for a brief second, I was like, I thought I already got them. And I'm gonna be real. I used to like Burger King growing up, and I love anthropologists. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Freedom is very in. I I really want to play Unicorn Overlord because I do like Vanillaware. The thing is, I still haven't played 13 Sentinels, and like legitimately every time people have played 13 Sentinels, they're like, it's how like when I see people play like Outer Wilds where they're like, this is a masterpiece, it changed my life. I'm forever physically altered. And I do want to play 13 Sentinels one of these days. I don't know if it'll be like a stream thing though. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Oh, cause that goddamn deal. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, well, okay, we'll bring no burgers of kings into this. And Alice Neslak, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? That's another game that I think would be like potentially on the list I play on stream. Because I know it's like kind of longish, but not in like too super of a long way. Oh, I totally forgot to give this guy some like dirt cloak. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, like, I guess at that point, he's like, "Well, Whopper Wednesday's your problem now. Goodbye." Boss type bullshit. I know at the very least my current boss of the guild is nice. The guild itself is kind of whatever, but my direct supervisor person is nice. Yeah, there we go. Malbernacht is activated. Mhm. The burgers are. Here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. I'll make you feel better, and I'll stream all those like Xbox 360 Burger King games. For the most part, not really. Like this is like mostly a mixture of glue and sand. So like it's got a bit of a different set profile if I am going to be real, but it's not bad. I'm trying to think of what I would consider like like genuinely smelly, like repulsively smelly. Like resin's got a bit of a funk to it. Resin for 3D printing definitely has a bit of a funk. I've kind of gotten used to it. Like I take the proper safety precautions and whatnot. Hey, no, it depends on the paint, how good it tastes. It depends on the paint. It depends on the paint. But where am I going with? But no, I don't have any. This could also be a thing too. I've been a painter for a while. Like not counting the fact that like it is kind of weird because it's hard for me to say I started mini painting in 2011 because like I did, but there was such a huge break and I didn't really take it like quote unquote seriously. I mean, saying I take it seriously now is still a bit much. But like it wasn't my thing. It was like it's like prior to this, it was just like a thing I did for like passing some time. Like, do I want to listen to a podcast and paint? And I still do that. And I still do that with like VTuber streams and like videos and whatnot too. But oh I'm getting extra anime today. Hell yeah. But like once I made a channel, which was kind of a way to keep me motivated to continue painting and just make sure I keep a steady pace. That changed the dynamic quite a bit. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. My alcohol doesn't smell too bad. Also, by the way, if you're getting a 3D printer though, and you see something that says water washable resin, I want you to know, don't don't do that. Don't do that. Two reasons in general. I said, oh, Aaron, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right on time for the warning about water washable resin. One. So basically, when you quote unquote wash a print, it doesn't. It's nothing about flavor. It's about how good it is. Um, Specifically, so resin, like if you're doing a normal like 3D printer with like a resin printer, after you take it out of the machine, you have to rinse it off because it's got like a bunch of just like uncured resin on it. You want to swish that swoosh off. Um, Basically what it does, you'll use like isopropyl alcohol, which it will turn into liquid poison. It's like resin printing is fun because until the final step, basically you're constantly dealing with various layers of like actual poison. Um, but some companies have listed like water washable resin, and you'd be like, "Ooh, that sounds nice." Um, One, that resin is generally not as high quality, like it's prone to failures. Um, also, also, people think that means you could wash it down the sink. Like when I get rid of the alcohol, I basically take it outside and let it dry. Um, oh, you do got the 69. Hold on. Oh, I gotta get your proper snap. Damn it. Hold on. Nice. There we go. I had to fucking rev that one up. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Nice. I have no consistency when it comes to snapping. It's either instantly or it is I fucking have to rev it up like a lawnmower. I'm sorry your first had to be the lawnmower style, but you still got to snap. Hell yeah. There we go. There we go. But yeah, water washable resin, people are like, oh, you wash it with water, which you just use that instead of isopropyl alcohol. The problem is people are like, ooh, it's water washable, so I can wash it down the sink. No, don't do that. if you do that, you're introducing toxic chemicals into your city's local water supply, which for the most part, water plants are not well equipped to handle wet resin runoff. I'm going to ban you because I feel like, oh, you have a Shadow the Hedgehog profile and you created like yesterday. Goodbye. That is a child or a bot, and I don't know which is sadder. Anyway, not that like liking Shadow the Hedgehog is bad, but it's like it's a red flag. like listen. I love role-playing games, but just in the same way that like if I go to the bank and start talking about a D&D character I'm playing, it's you have to know when to like assuming that was someone who wasn't a child or a bot and was in complete earnest, rolling up to a stream and be like, "So here's my idea for my cool samurai." How you doing, Albert? Welcome. You do. I have no listen. I unironically really liked Sonic Adventure 2 Battle growing up, mostly for the chow. Yeah, exactly. You gotta bring the Professor Oak to that thought process. Um, I have no problems with Shadow, but like when you say that and your profile is Shadow, I'm like I'm gonna send you to space. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. If you're not a bot, I hope you take this as a lesson that you made mistakes and you could maybe be saved. You could maybe be saved. Did we run out? Well, we ran out of anime voice actor stuff. Got the random playlist on. It, there we go. Doesn't obviously slowable. That's also true, yeah. And so yeah, in general, yeah. I would say don't get water washable resin. Just get yourself a bucket. Get yourself a bucket because what you do is you just take the dirty isopropyl alcohol and you take it outside, and you let the alcohol bits evaporate, and you're left with crud, and you scrape that crud off, and because it's cured, it is no longer poison, and then you put that in your trash. A Christmas miracle. God, when was the last time I worked with metal? I've never had to. I don't think you have to clean that. I know for like old resin, and I mean like fucking like fine cast resin stuff. Like you're buying resin from Games Workshop, you would need to put a little dirt on the skulls. There's no reason for me to do that. Whatever. There was absolutely no reason for me to do that. It's fine. Basically, what you would have to do is that there would be like a release agent on it that you would have to wash off. I'm gonna be real. I'm so glad I don't have to deal with metal minis anymore. I know. There's some people. I don't think so. Unless some older metals did have some release agent. I know you are, Matthew. I know. And maybe someday it'll happen. Maybe someday it'll happen. I don't know a good way to breach it to random though. Sure, I'm sure. I would love to have random on my table one of these days, but I'm sure he gets that. I'm sure he gets asked a lot of things these days. Sure, he's a very busy orc. I do have one metal mini that I do kind of want to paint at some point though. Let me see if I can find. It's him, the orc. The orc, if you will. Oh yeah, people fucking legitimately really love that forklift model. I think I got the most comments on that, more than anything else. Oh yeah, no, he's a chill dude, so I don't think he'd be like upset or anything. But like, there's definitely that like, as some like I could understand in his shoes. I'm sure he gets like 1,000 DMs of like, hey, would you like to hang? You want to be on my stream? Something like that. Yeah. I think get a coin for them for yeah. Ooh. Oh, that's true. Yeah, a lot of the old Lord of the Ring minis are definitely metal. So yeah. Oh yeah, I was about to show you. So this is a model I've had in my collection for a while, and I don't know where when I acquired it, but it's an old metal librarian. And I will say the detailing on this one is actually really good. Like, he's got, like, a really solid face, and the proportions are pretty nice. The model did not include an arm or a power pack, but, like, I got plenty of those, so, like, I need to fix him, and, if you see there's, like, a little bit of cruds, because a long time ago I tried to paint him, and I didn't like how it turned out. Yeah, I recommend content all the time. I love recommending shit. It's great. Old Metal Damon Prince. Ooh, you should paint that. You should totally paint that. I'm a little jelly. It's like I didn't get access to minis until I was well into college. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I got 5 more. I got 5 more of these, and then they'll dry, and then I might go back to my Stormcast so I can free up a little bit of desk space, and then oh, I have an idea, and then I'll get back to the Mordor orcs, the Mordorks, if you will. The more dorks. Oh, also I need. There we go. Yeah, make me. I need to keep the YouTube menu up so that the YouTubers are ready to party. Ooh, actually, I know one thing I want to show you all real quick. Hold on, let me. Oh, I love square bases. I can just push them. I can just push them in one go. It's so nice. Hopefully you can find them. Hopefully you can find them. All right, check this out. Now that he's been sufficiently stripped, behold, it is him, Rowboat Girly Man. I need to strip him some more, but we're getting there. And hello, Lars, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And yeah, you can see this is not glued in. This is a 3D printed cloak that I'm looking to test for him because I want to turn him into the chapter master of the Minotaurs, and I got some stuff for it. So like, I got like a big honking spear for him. I got a big, stupid, huge Minotaur shield. I got some fucking dick leathers. Leathers you put over your dick so that people don't see your crotch plate. I got a big replacement shoulder pad. I'm gonna have to rip this one off because it has ultramarines on it. I think I got, yeah, there we go. I got the rough side. I had to upscale that by like 150%. How you doing, Dustman? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, I need to make him naked so I can further humiliate him. As a proud Minotaur player, bowling Ultramarines and their successor chapters and Lamenters is my job. But yeah, I got a bunch of like other bits and baubles. I need to see how much of that paint I can strip off first, though, before I really get in the weeds on that. Oh, that sounds really nice, Albert. I mean, that sounds like a relatively nice memory. If there's any other stuff in there that's not so nice, that I did not know, but that still sounds relatively sweet overall. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm getting head pat. I'm getting eared. I'm getting glasses. Let's see if I can find like another toggle in there. I know now technically because like I got access to better stuff. I can maybe do like a color change. I think a color change redeem would be fun. Same city to staff were nice. Yeah, it do be like that. I remember there was like a really nice shop I used to go to a long time ago that like I think some of the managers changed and kind of gotten less great. Yeah, I'm doing good though. I'm doing good, ours. I've been doing a lot of oil paint stuff recently, so let me also hold on. I'm also just going back through all these Chaos Warriors, and I'm applying one more kind of like haphazard layer of thick mud on the base stuff. So that way it's like because they were glued weird because there's just no way for them to like back in the old terrain style when I use cork, it would just always kind of look a little jank. So there we go. Eating ear sounds like you're getting. Oh no, I've been on the internet long enough where I've seen that, and do not do not want. Yeah, trying out might be generous, but I rebased them actually. These used to be on rounds. Like these were originally going to be for Age of Sigmar Slaves of Darkness. Like they were going to be specifically for that game, but like when the old world, like there's like a lot of list builders for the old world now. I still don't have a core book for that. I need to get one of these days. But I was like, you know what? I would like to have like one army for that. I was using New Recruit. I saw the Old World Builder, and I don't know which is better at this point. I like New Recruit in general, though. I don't know how popular it is at my local shop. At the very least, my thought is I'm currently working on getting an army ready. My thought is if I never play it, that would mean I at the very least still have like one square-based army, which is just kind of fun to have. You know, it's fun to have a square-based army. I mean, I have some square-based turnip models now, but like they're not really the same. That was more of an aesthetic choice than a practical one. I've heard nothing about good things though. So my idea is that I can get my army. I believe I have like 2,000 points of them, assuming I paint everything I got. I don't know when that's gonna happen though. I don't know when that's gonna happen. I have like the New Year's resolution slash goals for the year for getting various armies put together. It was like 2K of it was like 1K of Minotaurs, 2K of Death Guard. And that doesn't mean new models. It just means like make sure that whatever I have is at least 2K of a playable army. Which I think my Death Guard are like incredibly close. I think I mostly just need to do victory laps and just paint some Plague Marines. But I would like to do that. And also once I found out that I could 3D print the bases. Yeah, new Recruit has been really baller because I came into Warhammer kind of late. That was like right when the death of like it was like that list builder everyone used, and I cannot think of the name at the moment, but it was kind of like the big one. But like that was the one, and it died. Battlescribe, thank you. Yeah, like Battlescribe was still like was kind of like dying, and apparently I think that's basically in like a forever maintenance mode, and the guy who's running it is kind of like was taking money without doing anything. I like New Recruit. It's been good to me. There's a couple of games that I wish it had on there. I'm trying to think of which ones. Like it has like Mordheim and stuff on there too, though, which is pretty legit. Yeah, so I'm hoping, and like I found out. Funnily enough, that's how I like really discovered Poor Hammer. I've been watching a lot of Poor Hammer lately. Initially it was like that was the first thing I saw them. I'm like, okay, they seem like generally knowledgeable. They seem generally knowledgeable about things, and they're kind of doing their own thing, which is nice. And then I saw that the episode where they made 5 terrible lists that you should never run, but it were just kind of like fun memes. I was like, okay, these guys are nice. One thing I kind of like is that like they'll do some topical stuff, but for the most part, they just kind of do their own thing, which is nice because like a lot of many people are like follow like you gotta follow like the algorithm trends a lot of times, and they're like, now we're gonna do what we want to do while still being entertaining. I'm like, okay, I can respect that. I can respect that. It's called Poor Hammer. It's on YouTube. I don't know if there's like a non-visual component, but they have like a podcast effectively. It does kind of make me want to do a podcast though. I don't know. The problem is though, like basically every podcast I like involves at least a duo. And so I would like really want a duo, but I also would need to make sure they're on like the exact same wavelength I am. I'm a weird guy where I'm both like love working in teams and groups, but I'm also like a weird neurotic control freak a little bit. Not that I'm like aggravating to work with, but it's like I'm very particular, I guess is a better way to say that. Something like that. Yeah, because like the ones I like Poor Hammer is one of them, but also like System Mastery is another, which is more like tabletop RPG focus. That's like also a little closer as well. The both of them are ran by childhood friends, and like that is a really nice dynamic. Like, I think if you can get childhood friends together to do stuff, they like somebody who's known you all your life and like you can riff with and have shared interests. Yeah, like I watched at least, I don't know when exactly in the System Mastery people met each other, but the Poor Hammer people were like, oh yeah, we met in preschool because our moms wanted us to hang out or something like that, and then they just became friends. Because that's just what you do in preschool. It's like your friends are dictated by where you live and your parents for the most part. Yeah, I had like a decent amount of childhood friends, but the thing is, I moved like a lot when I was younger. So like I never could establish any. Like I would bounce between schools a lot, and then like I don't think I ever got a chance to befriend someone for like longer than like 2 or 3 years. Like I did not have a stable like long-term friend group until unironically college. Like college and maybe late high school. Late high school is a little better. Because we live next to exactly like it's just like a proximity thing. All right, so we're gonna go. By the way, so yeah, these for people who didn't see them earlier. These are my Stormcast, the quote unquote candle cast that I was working on a little bit. Trying to see if there's any like candle I need to touch up on. All right, let's get some orange on there. Yeah, I typically also kind of trend towards like smaller, tighter groups as well. I'm not a big social butterfly. I'm very much like a I got my friends. I don't need anymore. I'm doing good now. Grab a brush, but like but then again, I'm still reasonably sociable because so it's like we like recently my magic group got a new player and I've been talking to him and he's been a nice dude. Yeah, I think, but yeah, I think the ironically the magical number is a friend group that can run a tabletop RPG group. Like it's like you get that consistent like four and some change. I'm gonna go to all these candles. I am going just to give them the faintest. There we go, just like little orange dots, even if like some of these are just not going to be visible. There we go. Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to go higher than. I've been in groups where there's been like 7 people and it's hell. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like if your group ever gets too big, literally what you need to do is like split them off into smaller groups or like Codium or something. If not, you're gonna get driven fucking nuts. Combat slows to a crawl. Managing all like the various plot threads and stuff becomes aggravating. People will start to. The thing is, they usually do self-correct. Like eventually, some people will lose interest and then they'll drift out, and then you kind of revert back to the optimal. It's not gonna be the most precise orange in a couple of spots. I'm okay with that though. Like as long as it just looks like generally full of fire, I might. Just keep. Yeah, honestly, I do think there is the like a magical kind of number in that. Like it's like also like even when you think about like even like VTuber terms, like whenever a new VTuber group debuts, it's usually like 4 or 5 people. I think they've done like a couple of 3-person groups because like it's a good number for like having a lot of interactions. I also do think like there is like a certain magic in having a VTuber group where it's like people will jump in because they like having an ecosystem. They like having like people do actually like having like the inside jokes and the banter and the tete and everything. And meal paying more for a group is now magic. Yeah, I think that happens a lot where like a game will be in a group and then phase out. I keep trying to slowly shift my magic group more into tabletop stuff other than magic, and it has not worked yet. There we go. Oh no, no. The thing is, the reason he made a party of 9 workout is because he split them the fuck off. Like, okay, remember the Fellowship, and like remember how long the Fellowship stayed together. One move, like if we're going by movie, not a lot of manpower hours. Like very quick. If we're going by book, I don't have page numbers. They did not last long. And then you effectively, yeah, you had Sam and Frodo and Gollum. That's a party of 3. That's the minimum of that. Then you got Gimli, Aragorn, and Legolas. That's another party of 3. Yes, fucking Merry and Pippin and Treebeard were a party of 3. He basically split the entire group into mini parties, you know? Yeah, because yeah, Moria comes up like not super early, but like reasonably early in that. Or like towards more towards the end of the first movie, but like they don't get together in the Fellowship not super long after that. Yeah, he split the part. He effectively split them into functional parties, and they would get together every now and then. But yeah. So that's how Tolkien did it. Also, too, very much stories are easier to have bigger casts. Like there's some people that are like, I like Game of Thrones and how it has infinity characters. I can do that on the tabletop. You are a fool, and you're going to have a bad time. You will be punished for your hubris, and I'm sorry. It's gonna not be great. Gandalf was like, you could maybe argue Gandalf was like a DMPC a little bit. I have to go back and touch up on these a little bit later. Orange is orange. Touch up is generally like a little bit. Try to make these easy, and then I introduce like little tiny flames to be god privilege. To be real. Yeah, exactly. You got a lot of sub parties though. It's nice. Hmm. It's also a good point when nobody's just said too, where it's like, even when the whole group is together for the most part, like even when the parties at their most like everybody's in the same room, it's still relatively like yeah a lot of characters like think of like early on when the Fellowship formed, like even during like the initial meeting stuff, Gimli was like very background for a while until like he really kind of started doing stuff, which is kind of another way you can kind of mitigate a big old group like that, where it's just like, yeah, they're all here. Not an unequal spotlight will happen. Yeah, I feel like it's really hard to have a demigod in a party that's not a DMPC. I think that's even like, it's been a while since I read it, but is it even still up? There was a very good webcomic way back in the day called DM of the Rings. And the idea was like, okay, we're going to run Lord of the Rings as if it was like a D&D game. Like they basically, it was a comic, like is very generous because like it was scenes from the movies effectively recaptioned like they were a party, and there's like little editing bits and whatnot. But let's see. But yeah, it was neat. It was a very neat thing. I forget if Gandalf was a DMPC in that though. I cannot remember. It's been a while. It's one of those ones that I should check up on just to make sure it's still like archived somewhere, because that happened. Like it's so wild that like I think about like it's so easy to think that the internet is forever, and it is and it isn't. Where it's like certain things are forever, but that's only if people care to maintain that. If people care to maintain, it can be forever. But we've just lost like so much good shit over the years because people be like, ah, it'll be around. It doesn't matter, and then just poof one day. Boromir was a good lad. Boromir's a good lad. I think in terms of fans, though, I think I have seen more Legolas fans in general. People do like Shooty Elf Boy. People do like Shooty Elf Boy. And then Gimli is like the arch patron of dwarves. He's basically like the. It is kind of funny just thinking how Gimli has become like the archetypal dwarf in pop culture for like the better part of like legitimately probably like over 2 decades at this point. I legitimately forgot how long it was since those movies came out until like maybe like a month or two after we ended up watching them all in the Discord. They're like, "Yeah, it's the 20th anniversary of Return of the King," and I'm like, "Fuck, why? How? What? Huh? Nah." Yeah, especially because like, um, well, the internet. I thought the Internet Archive and the Wayback Machine are the same dealio. They're like the same thing. Well, yeah, those. I mean, because also considering that like because of how much stuff the Internet Archive hosts, they're prime bait for like governments trying to shut them down, because you can occasionally find like whole books and movies and whatnot on the Internet Archive. There's in honest terms, a lot of movies for movie night were gotten from the Internet Archive because no one else is going to maintain um fucking cheesy fantasy movies from the 70s and 80s. No one's going to be doing that. But Internet Archive will. But also because of that, because every now and then like a legitimate movie will slip its way on there, or like a book, it gets its status as a living, breathing organism is very tenuous. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Gimli. Gimli's fun. Arguably, the problem is that like a lot of people who have watched Gimli, what? Yeah, I've actually watched Gimli. Like it's been a while since I've read the books, or to the point where I don't remember much about book specific stuff. But I think in general, it's safe to say more people have watched Gimli than read Gimli. A lot of people build their dwarf off of like early Gimli, like Gimli when he's standoffish and kind of an asshole. But they also don't kind of bring that, like, every now and then there's like a bit of levity to Gimli where it's like, yeah, he's full of himself. He's really tough. Like he'll get into like a goofy moment because of his like height or just some other shit. Um, and instead people are like, ah, I will replace that with just being an asshole. Perfect. I am a dwarf. I'm the dwarfiest dwarf who ever dwarf. It's like, please, please, please try harder. It really does because I mean, a lot of people just kind of latch on to like a couple of. Also, like Gimli was, I'm certain Tolkien made him with an arc in mind, but a lot of people don't. Like, you can't. It's really hard to plan an arc in advance for tabletop RPGs, without like working with your DM and whatnot. Going in blind and assuming like an arc will happen to just doesn't work. Um, but there's also like there's people who just like don't realize that like there's a lot of like I hate to say like media literacy, but media literacy is still a good description for that, where it's like they take really superficial aspects without really thinking of the why or how those are there. And like I'm not gonna say like Gimli's the deepest character. I mean he's not particularly complicated. I mean I'm not saying he's like he's shallow or anything, but it's like it's pretty easy to see what Gimli's got going on in terms of story in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. A lot of people still miss that, and they're like, ah, my takeaway from Gimli is I'm gonna be an asshole. I'm gonna be a dwarf. I'm gonna be the shoots. I'm gonna be the big fights, and that's it. That's it. The thing is like some of that is a lack of experience too. I think a lot of dwarf players make Gimli on their first tabletop session, and you can kind of like it's not like an unsalvageable concept. Like ripping off characters is a tried and true tradition, but like yeah, but the people who just kind of don't remember the context Gimli's in, and they're just like, I know what I'm gonna do. Prick. He's gonna be a huge prick. The midpoint of the pool. Exactly. 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 Sheep. Ah. But yeah, it happened a lot. Like I think even like in my very early high school games, I did remember playing with a guy who was like it's kind of interesting because like on one hand, I've done DMing and playing tabletops for like well over 15 years at this point. But the pool of people I played with is actually like sometimes it's kind of relatively shallow. Like I had a lot of early formative experience, and I played like with various groups, but they don't last a lot. Like my college group is sort of like my main group. That's the one that's kind of really stuck around, and things can change, and like people have kind of popped in and out, and like we get experiment different games. But there's other groups where it's like I rolled up, we were gonna play Exalted. We played Exalted for about 3 sessions, and then it just stopped. Just one day there was just no more Exalted, and I was like, okay. And then I just had to move on, I guess. Which is a bummer because Exalted is really fun, but it's also a huge pain in the dick to run, so I don't blame any for stopping. Oh no, Gimli's Dwarven Hammer. Oh no. Look at you. Let's look at you. Let's look at stabs. Any bits of the flame that I probably need to touch up? These ones are itty bitty flame. You're good, you're good. Once again, I'm looking for ones that I can move off the table. So I got like let's see if I can zoom out. Like what's the most I can zoom out? There we go. This kind of gives you an idea of like I have like a little space. I got this little bit. Let's zoom. I keep forgetting I got that. Apologies plus anime turn up to 100 game rates. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. It was kind of like, it's kind of like maybe sort of a wushu style game where, so for the premise of Exalted is that, it takes place in effectively a super, Asian kung fu, like, land filled with demigods and spirits and whatnot. Oh fuck. Okay, well, okay. I can go back. I can go back. Yeah. Exalted is basically mythology and anime. Yeah. It is the default setting is that like hundreds or thousands of years ago, The gods could not defeat the Titans. I forget exactly what the Foster, that one is still not done yet. I forgot about the jewels. I can move it to the side though. You're also might be thinking of Anima. They're both similar sorts of anime bullshit. They're also both hella crunchy, which is very funny. I think it's because of the eras they were from, like the early 2000s, where like crunch was supreme. Anima, not Enema. Roll for Enema. That feels like a thing you could probably do in Fatal, and then probably Black Tokyo. Well, both of those are probably like things you could do in both those games. Roll to shit, and how much? There we go. But God, listen, I had to. But yeah, Exalted is similar to like I don't know what basically how I would differentiate them. Like Anima is I mean Exalted is basically Anima by way of White Wolf because it was a White Wolf property. But like you were basically in Exalted, the gods gave mortals like effectively demigod powers because they couldn't beat their foes, and those were just Exalted. Those were the Exalted. Specifically in Exalted, the core book, you played a Solar Exalted, which were the Exalted of the Sun God, like the most coolest and powerfulest ones. But for a while, there was like a big thing that happened where because they kind of just became tyrants, shenanigans happen. All of the Solar Exalted get killed by all the other ones, and all their souls get locked up in a big funky cage to stop the reincarnation from happening. Eventually, the big funky cage breaks, like a crack start forming into it, and Solar Exalted start being reborn back into the world, and that's you. And like you don't necessarily know you're an Exalted until like right when the games kind of start, and then you get all your bullshit powers. I've done a little bit of Mutants and Masterminds. I've played in a Mutants and Masterminds like a couple of games. I played Girl Scout Man, which was effectively a dude who was a Girl Scout, and he had all these badges, and that would affect what powers that were active at any one time. I also used it as an engine, and I don't know if I would use this as an engine again. I used Mutants and Masterminds to run a science fantasy space game. It was really cool, and the players were like had really creative powers, and I really liked the game a lot, a lot. But Mutants and Masterminds is kind of a bitch of a system. When we were using the newest one, which is arguably the least bitch of a system out of all of them. I think I used the bat emote for the dying of diarrhea. I feel like she would say something similar, though, to be fair. He's the bitch with the least bitch among bitches. Indeed. But yeah, yeah, you can do it because like the thing is, so Mutants and Masterminds, for people to know, is it's a superhero RPG, but it's got a really flexible power builder, like a really flexible one. Let's see. There's a non-burger difference between Boy and Girl Scouts. Not really. There's like different badges and whatnot. Girl Scouts tend to sell cookies more. Boy Scouts arguably do more camping activities, but that might have even changed since then. I grew up knowing that Boy Scouts were a thing and thinking they were neat, but like it just never crossed mine or my family's mind to ever enroll me in Boy Scouts. Like it just never came up. We were just like, oh, Boy Scouts are a thing. Yeah. Okay. And I don't know if that's for the best or the worst. I don't know. Oh yeah, they did used to sell popcorn. It was fine. I vaguely remember. But yeah, it's hard. Like it's hard to compete against Girl Scout cookies. Girl Scout cookies legitimately fuck super hard. It's just not something you can really do. So Savage Worlds Necessary Evil. I like Savage Worlds generally. I don't run a lot of games in it. Not really out of any hate, just more that I just kind of forget it exists. But I like a lot of Savage Worlds specific settings. Savage Worlds is a tabletop system that is like it's kind of like it's a generic system, but it's meant to be kind of like pulpy and actiony. Like it was based off a game called Spirit of Century, which is like kind of like really pulp adventures. Like you're fighting Nazis on a biplane, and like one of your companions is a gorilla. The other is some dude from like the mythical East that has like a scimitar. and that you got like a pistol and fists, stuff like that. Explode. Oh, cards are done. There we go. We explode real. Explode real. Let's see. But yeah, but a lot of settings are really cool though. One of my favorite settings is from Savage Worlds is Low Life, which is like effectively like if Jim Henson's Muppets conducted the apocalypse, like where it's like Earth has been basically fucked over by like every apocalypse you could think of, but now there's just like goofy Muppet creatures that are left. It's really fun. It's a really fun game. And Necessary Evil is a very cool superhero concept. The idea is that like aliens help superheroes defeat all the villains, and they had like with alien technology and everything, it gets real easy. And to celebrate, all the superheroes and the all the superheroes and the aliens get together to have like a big party. They're doing like a big celebration ball, I believe at like the White House. All superheroes from all over the world, and then the aliens hit the big button and nuke the entire city. So all the good heroes are dead. And now the villains, the only people who are left are like villains and like maybe new heroes. So like all the villains are now like, we have to save the Earth from aliens, but also we're super villains. That's a neat premise. Which big three? Masks of Nyarlathotep? That's usually like the one that people recommend. Like that's kind of the one that like I've heard like if you're gonna do a pre-made Call of Cthulhu, you're doing Masks. So apparently that's the one that slaps the hardest. I think that might be fun to run through sometime. Actually, that might be a fun stream thing. I was gonna say Masks. It's I don't know. I'm still gonna stick with Masks. I'm gonna stick with Masks. That's in my gut. It legitimately is that kind of idea. Oh, they did Beyond the Mountains of Madness. Oh, okay. Guess I do be like that sometimes. I say since that means nothing. All right, let me get some vermilion, and I'm gonna put that on the gyms. Yeah, I guess sometimes you just want to go to the Arctic. Nope, that's valid. That's valid. All right, so we're gonna get like the tiniest little gyms for all of the Stormcast. They're very close. I was like, I don't know what I would paint today, but I was like, I should get them done. I should try to get things done so I can clear space and organize stuff and like figure out what I want to do. But never considered that I could just run Masks for a group thing as well. There's like a couple of stuff. Like I said, there's like a couple of those like Lamentations adventures that I think would be interesting one-shots. I'm also debating, I don't know if it would be a good game to stream though, but there's a I'm very curious about it. There's the fucking what's it called? It's called Black Sun Death Crawl. It is a adventure where the sun has gone like effectively radioactive, where like everybody's being slowly cooked to death by the sun, and the only way to like not like find like a paradise or anything, you're just digging deeper and deeper into the earth in order to escape the sun's rays, which continue to penetrate and basically give everyone super cancer. It's apparently just like really interesting, like bleak, almost like borderline art house project for like as like a game of survival kind of deal. I was like, ooh, that might be neat to run, but also I don't know if it's like, all right, everybody, now you're suffering. Now you're suffering more. Now you're suffering more. Like I don't know if that's good radio. I don't know. It's neat though. You know, Stiltman and the Blob. Exactly. It's supposed to be like that, yeah. That's how you get the Mechanicus. I do like the Mechanicus though. That's the thing. I want the Mechanicus. I crave the Mechanicus. But yeah, there's also another there's another adventure path. Like I usually don't get super jazzed for like pre-made adventures and stuff like that. I as a DM, GM, whatever, I prefer doing homebrew adventures because that's just more fun. Like I like writing my own NPCs and world and notes and whatnot. But there's another. It's not Call of Cthulhu. It's Trail of Cthulhu, which is a game I own actually. It's effectively based off of the Gumshoe engine, so it's supposed to be like extra detective-y version of Cthulhu. Um, the idea, like, it's called Dream Hounds in Paris, and I don't exactly remember the kind of main plot, but the idea is that it's set inside, like, around. It's set in Paris during when like all the fucking like like expressionist painters and stuff, like when like Salvador Dali could be in the adventure, and it wouldn't even be weird. He might even be in it. I do crave the certainty. Well, actually, I don't know. I like my fleshy bits. I like my gubbins. So I'm also a weird shapeshifter. So I got a little bit more flexible fleshy bits than most people. I'm sure I know, especially like in VTuber land. There's so many VTubers that are like ready for a theoretical future where they could upload their bodies into the Matrix. But that's also because they got like fail girl constitution. Like they're like there's a kind of person that like they like nerdy interest and VTubing, especially because it's like if you're sickly, VTubing is a great hobby. It is a fantastic hobby if you are a sickly person. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? There you go. Gotta be like reasonably careful with these little red dots. There we go. It's going pretty good though. Yeah, Iron Mouse is a good example. Yeah. There's a lot of them though. Like she's like the funny like I think Iron Mouse has it the worst as far as I know. But there's like a lot of other VTubers that are like I am every moment is pain. Every moment is pain. I think Iron Mouse recently won like a big like VTuber of the Year thing though. Like I saw pictures of like the little VTuber robot. Like when you go to like a big flesh person event as a VTuber, like they just have these like little like mobile scooters. God, the angling on this one's painful. There we go. Unironically, there's so many VTubers with the glass bones and paper skin. Like that's not even a bit. Like I know especially the bones bits. All right, how are the candles? Some of these candles like the wash didn't kind of correctly grime them up in a way. So I'm just kind of looking because some of those will need a little bit of wash. Oh, you're gonna need that for the Yogs. I don't know. Apparently, there's like a thing where like the fucking Neuralink actually worked. How you doing, Fagoth? Yeah, I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad you saw the hype. I'm glad you saw the hype emote, which I guess probably helps I have it on screen. Yeah. I got a new hype emote from friend of channel and friend of friend, Worm Friend International. Um, Echo. So fuck yeah, 15 streak. Let's go. Plus, oh god, did she? I also remember. I think like Roboco like just like passed out in the tub one day. Yeah, even like the big corpo VTubers. I mean, a lot of them are not doing great physically. Yeah, no, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. I wonder if there's any other hollows that or have like big medical stuff going on. Okay, this one's got a little bit like I can see we're like a little bit scratched off or just didn't set or whatever. The okay, I'm gonna have to like lean down and get some water. I've mostly moved away from from like null and oil. But I can bust it out when I need to. But yeah, no, VTubers being fragile little critters is like genuinely true. I'm very blessed that I'm like healthy and functional enough to have like a reasonable job and like I can not explode if I try to stand up too fast. There we go. There we go. We can cut. Yeah, there. God, this brush is fucked. That's fine though. That's true. I was born different, unironically. Where my heater? Oh, I just got buddy. There we go. All right, almost done. I'm almost done with these storm. Technically, I still have to work on the I still have to work on the writer. Do I still have to? Oh yeah, for people who didn't see it, Check it out. This is what took me almost to like right before stream yesterday. I did a oil wash on the Totally Not Nazgul. I'm trying out this like it's called like the reductive technique where you put like a really heavy oil on it and you let it dry a little bit, and then you take mineral spirits and kind of like paint scrape it off of the edges. I think it turned out pretty well. I'm generally pretty happy about it. It looked nice. I'm still working on the Witch King himself. Witch King, god damn it. Witch King himself. He's got a little bit more to go. Not a huge amount though. Set that brush aside. Built somewhat correctly, exactly. I was built somewhat correctly in a lab. There we go. That should just be my tagline. I should retire I paint rats and get like built somewhat correctly. Halbernaut. There we go. I don't know. I do. The thing is, I do very much like the I paint rats meme effectively at this point because I don't paint rats. But I also do wonder if like I do sometimes feel a little guilty. It's like maybe I should change that to something. Like I wouldn't mind getting a new logo one of these days. It's not like super high priority. I got this logo kind of in the early days of the channel, and it's a totally competent logo. Like it does what it needs to do. But like VTuber logo, like it's funny saying technology has kind of improved, but like there are little bits of like non-stream tech that has advanced. And I mean like VGen or like a larger proliferation of people who do like pretty high quality logo commissions and stuff like that. Like unironically, a lot of like assets work stuff that was like kind of trickier to do early on. Like finding someone who did logos during like those like the 2020, 2021 years was way more difficult than it does now. How was hell built? I was trying to find some way to be like to like spit in the face of God. I don't know. Spit in the face of God, ye guilty elf. Check out the candles. Maybe get that side a little bit more. How was hell built? Fine. But the thing is, I paint rats. It's just like it's so ingrained in my brain now that I can't take it away. I've like it's like I have kind of taken away like some inside joke kind of things. Potentially real OG how viewers would remember. At one point, I had a it was a redeem called Backbush. That at this point is referring to a stream that was almost like 4 years old back when I did like the VTuber Wrestling League, back when that was a feasible thing to do. But at this point, like I don't think anybody like in the audience other than like Breadless would recognize what the fuck that even means. Oh, Fred, how you doing? Welcome. It was a nice combat patrol. Take it easy, nerd. I do think Drukari are nice in general too. They're like one of those that are like just on the periphery of like maybe I would like to paint them someday. Maybe. But then that's also like a whole other army and stuff like that. And I keep saying I'm trying to be a good boy about the painting purchase. I think for the most part I've succeeded. I think for the most part I'm doing pretty legit. Do I have in theory at some point my flesh eater quartz coming in? Yeah. Oh, this guy also need to do a little bit of like need to do a little bit of touch up with the cloth, or do I care that much? I could probably do a little bit of cloth touch up. I could do a tiny bit of cloth touch up. Let me get some red dots on you, buddy, and then we'll figure out some way to jazz this up. Cause this guy's like the unit leader because he's got like legitimately he's a unit leader because he's got a spear that's just like kind of wrapped in cloth, like not even like a whole lot, just like a itty bitty bit. I mean, that's sometimes all you need, you know. That's sometimes all you need, just like a funky little cloth to say it's me. I'm the boss. I'm the Stormcast that makes all the rules. Yeah, it also probably doesn't help that I'm pretty sure they have like Stormcast. I don't like the helmets, but they generally have unique helmets for each member. I keep giving all my Stormcast the same helmet. I just love this helmet type. Like it's just so nice. I can't help it. I can't help it if all my Stormcasts have the same helmet. Like it looks good to me. It looks good to me, so I'll keep doing that. I'm actually very, very close to painting every Stormcast model I own. I have a couple more that need a wash. I got the big flag bearer that needs to be detailed, and then I'm done. Like, I'll legitimately have no more Stormcast wandering around my house. Which is a weird feeling, because like other armies, it is a very good helmet. Whenever I post them, I'm like, yo, where the fuck did you get that helmet? And it's nice because like it'd be like it's from Saint Decent. From Saint Decent. She's a very nice sculptor lady who's done work for Turnip and Trench Crusade. And also, if you've ever bought a set of an anime head with cat ears for your Sisters of Battle, it was probably hers. That's just a funny thing. Like it happens often in Warhammer spaces. People bring up the Felinids, which are canonical cat abhumans. It's like I think when the Games Workshop people wrote, they're like, ah, yes, maybe more like a Thundercat or like a fucking person with like cat ears and fangs and just like shaggy fur. Well, we live in the internet. We live in the internet, so when I say like felons, cat girl, it's cat girl, yeah. And she does really good cat girl ears if you need those. If you need those for your totally canonical felon, Sisters of Battle, those things are real. I did find out that apparently that there was like a Sister of Battle who was given the Gene Stealer kiss, and so she kind of eventually went rogue because of Gene Stealer hive mind bullshit. I thought that was kind of neat. I'm usually not big on Sister of Battle falling, but I think that's kind of a neat one-off instance where it's like, oh man, Gene Stealers, don't fuck with them. I still think one of my favorite kind of like goofy Gene Stealer lore bits, which is not going to be surprising once I describe it, but effectively there was like a Gene Stealer cult that got swept up in a warp storm or something like that. So some warp fuckery, and they ended up in Nurgle's garden for like a very little bit, and then effectively they're like, oh my god. Fuck this. We work for Nurgle now, and it's like that's fun. That's very fun. They're called like the Swarm Tenebris or the Cult Tenebris or something like that. So if I ever wanted to have Nurgle Gene Stealers, I totally could. Do I know good pig or Borman head? What do you want to do for it? I think I know what you're asking for. The reasoning, but like what's the use case, I guess? Oh yeah, also speaking about squid stuff today. Speaking of the squid stuff today, apparently they're the member of like one of Squid's locals. Their school fucked with their financial aid, so I think whenever you buy something today and maybe a little bit later with my code, that person will get some kickbacks. More stuff. Like I know I don't know you could I don't know any. I know where you can get some like pig-headed orcs from like Warp Miniatures, but I don't think they're modular. I could be wrong on the modular bit because they actually do have a lot of modular stuff. But I would have to double check on that. Let me get you the STLs for those though. Let me see something. Oh, Calvin, how you doing? Welcome. How you doing? I'm painting the last of a bunch of some Stormcast, and then and then I'm gonna go back. Is the crust okay? I think the crust is dried. If it hasn't dried, it's dried close. The fuck are these? Okay, library. Let me see. Oh, I got a bunch of minis. Why did it not take me to their store when I googled that? All right, store. All right, not Goblin, not the Bucket Brigade. There we go. Okay, this is assuming you have access to a 3D printer. There might also, this is kind of expensive because it's been out of print for a while. They have a couple of one-off stuff like that. That's probably a good set to use for that. Especially for turnip 2. Especially for turnip 2, you can the High Fleets. Oh, probably, yeah. I would imagine the High Fleet does not want to absorb the Cult Tenebris, or else they absorb. I don't know, because like I have to assume that there's some Tyranids that can't absorb chaos biomass, because there are High Fleets that are designed to hunt chaos. I don't know. I don't know, like because I know for like what's it called? For demons, they get nothing, because like if a Tyranid tries to eat a demon, they just kind of just melt back into the warp, and they get no biomass, no nutrition, nothing. Um, Gene Stealers are a bit different though, because like they're mortals. I don't know how much like eating a bunch of like Nurgle Plague cultists uh would fuck with some Tyranids. Tyranids are one of those things where it's like I know very broad concepts for them, but I don't. I'm definitely not like an expert in their like special lore. I don't know. Pretty cool to think of though. A little bit of extra. There we go. Get a little bit on there. Is yeah the spiritual fever hunger probably exactly. It's because the immaterium's just got goop in it. It's got non-nutritious sad goop. That raw chaos matter. That's true. I don't know. I feel like that also might be one of those moments though where like the tower, like, all right, tower, we're gonna give you a little victory. It's fine. We're gonna give you this one. We're gonna give you this one. Yeah. Otherwise, though, you might want to look for Matthew. You might want to look for like werebores or yeah, orcs, pig orcs, especially something like that. All right. So with that, all these stormcasts are done. I can take them off my table. Do I want to start working? Okay. Oh, I got plenty of time. I will get to back to the Angmar orcs. I do want to get back to them, but all right, let's get back to these lads. Let's get back to these. So I got the dirt and the mud and whatnot. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? On one hand, this doesn't look too bad by itself, but also one of them I already painted this one. Eat your feelings. You can only eat. You can eat to get rid of feelings, but you cannot eat feelings yet. Yet. I know I did 2 there. 2. This is the real consideration. My first thought was that I could leave the edges like a dark brown, and then I could paint like the rocky bit like a gray kind of. This one's the one that's already kind of a fuck up. Let's try that. Right, let's try some black gray on there, you know? And then I figure like once I do that and I just give everything maybe like a khaki dry brush, it'll probably look fine. All right. Worst case, this guy might just be like the one who has different terrain. I don't know. Oh god. I dropped my brush. Brush acquired. Let's go. 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 But yeah, I think the Colton Everest is pretty cool. I think I like unironically, I think I say this with like every army. I'm like, well, that would be a cool army. Someday I would like to maybe like paint that up and get like a whole thing of it. It's almost consistently like every army, like straight up. I think there's like a couple that I'm not like super duper jazzed for. I'm trying to think of like what that would be. Some gray. I also just kind of like mix it and not like be super like if I leave a little bit of the brown behind, it's not that big of a deal. This isn't looking too bad though. This is not looking too bad. Is that originally if you're like why was this covered with white? The answer to that is I was testing some what's it called? I was testing like I got like another texture can, except this one's supposed to be like concrete. I was like, oh, that'd be interesting to try that out and see if it like what kind of look that gives it. And the thing is, apparently, I guess that concrete texture you have to go a lot thinner. Because I put it on and it dried and it kind of looked like it was starting to spackle or whatever. But it didn't really quite get there. It didn't really quite do what I wanted. So, right. We gotta get. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. I think I also wanted to basically just like extend the fucking like because I kind of wanted to make it look like he was on kind of like a gravelly rock. And then I'll go ahead and dry brush later so we can kind of regain that like very nice kind of rocky texture. It's like little bits of brown that don't make it. That's fine. It's just that's just dirt nonsense. I love saying dirt nonsense. That's great. Everybody should say dirt. Okay, I think I'm kind of like in that step where it's like I made a mistake and I'm unfucking it. Oh, I love oil washes. I do still have to like set aside some time to do oil washes, but like when they come together, mwah, they come together great. All right. So this guy is now on his rock, which is kind of closer to what he originally used to be. It's where you can just kind of tell like my color choices have kind of gotten a little darker. So it's like I'm not using dark metal. I'm using a lighter metal, which I don't use anymore. The staff is pretty like a light wood. We got some red, which I use already. God, this was probably back when I was trying to do like it was either Agrax or like a Rakeland flesh shade. And I don't know what happened. It's like if you didn't shake it enough, or like if you like globbed it on too much, like it would make bit shiny, like just like a jelly consistency to like if you look at like the little like thing hanging off the axe or even the bottom of the axe. Yeah, that's why for this one I'm a little bit more okay if an oil wash kind of comes and washes my sins away. I think this little bit's still drying. And I don't want to fuck with the other ones just yet until we kind of really figure out what we got going on. So let's go to Orc Town. What's in Orc Town? What colors did I do for that? There we go. Look at him. Look at the lad. All right. Oh, okay. I begin to remember what I was doing with the orcs. This is the problem when like these minis are actually like legitimately tiny. Okay. What I do with you, bud? Like what's going on? What's going on with your face? I know for you, we actually do give you like a dark green face. That's kind of a funny thing. Like looking if we're going by like movie colors, they're all kind of like mostly the orcs are just human skin tones. I think every now and then you'll see like a green one, but they're not as common as you would think. But I also noticed a lot of people will have like one guy agreeing in their list, even like even in like the G Dubs store, they'll be like, all right, this one orc is green. It's him, the green guy. You got all these like grays and browns and kind of like weird sickly pales. And then it's just him, John Green Orc. Rourke. Turn brown and white. Oh, it's cause like the thing about it, you have to be careful with baking soda because like if you're trying to do a snow base, it will look white for a while, but eventually baking soda will begin to brown and kind of like it will discolor. Source me when I painted Legion of Everblight. I experimented with a lot of different ways to handle snow. Yeah, it'll be it's I forget if it's just if it goes straight brown or if it does turn into like My Little Pony radiator jar like off white. White paint, yeah, white paint would work. I also don't recommend doing the like. There's some people who do to like paint sand white. Like there's some people there's like yeah just paint sand white. Don't do that. Don't do that. It'll once again from me the texture's not quite there. It's not there. It's tempting because you're like I got all this white paint. I got all this sand. It should just be easy as peasy combining both. It's not. I guess if it's super fine, it's probably all right. I know there's a couple of different people online that do like comparisons of different like ways to do snow techniques. If you're ever looking around, see if I can find Let's Take a Look proper. Oh, let me see. I can find. I have an example of an ancient sand snow base back from my early mini painting days. I can grab that real quick actually. Like once I get a little bit more green on this guy. There we go. All right, we got some green on him. We got some green on him. Let me grab. Let me go into my closet and grab a Legion of Everblight model. Uh, uh, Let me grab the boy. Ah, there's I refuse to strip any more paint from my War Machine. My War Machine models, I won't do that. But I do. Hold on. I also want to shut my door while I'm on. Wait, what? Where's the? Anyway. Anyway. Um. This is one of the earliest models I've ever painted. But this is going to be really jank. Probably covered in dust. Oh, it's chipping too. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Behold, my Legion of Everblight Raic. Oh god, that looks radioactive in here. All right. So the base is made of a rock that I found in the parking lot of the college apartments I used to be in. Like, this was when I say back in 2011 was when I did this. This is a model from 2011. You can see it's got maybe one color for the skin. It almost seems like I did like a purple wash, but I can barely tell. Thick white paint, and then the base itself is that rock covered in sand, painted white. Oh god, I was trying to do like the Tyrannid like little ridge colors. The idea was right, the color choice was wrong. The teeth are one color, the inside of the mouth is not painted. I did magnetize it though. Yeah, I'll take it off screen because it's very bright. Set you aside, buddy. Like, that's one of those models that part of me was like, ooh, I would love to fix that one, but no, I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm gonna be a good boy and leave that alone. I don't know if that's like a good thing, but like, I'm at the point in my life I wanted to take all those old Legion models and just be like, they're done. That's where they were at. That's where they were at. A lot of them are also unpainted, so like, okay. Yeah, a lot of my old Legion models are unpainted. Get some iodine pills. I'm fine. Listen, I'm already a mutant freak of nature anyway. I might be made of radiation. I don't know for certain. All right, I'm gonna use Vallejo Khaki because I think I've generally seen people do good like dry brush highlight. We're just gonna use a really shitty dry brush because I don't feel like dealing with it. Getting a nicer one ready to go. This one's fine. This is just like the Games Workshop dry brush, which is not ideal, but it's fine. It does what it needs to do. Wipe the fuck out of it on my lap. As for those Khador minis I still need to finish. You should. The tricky thing is like it's good as somebody who is kind of sort of. Oh, this brush is terrible. Fuck this. I'm gonna get one of my nicer dry brushes. I don't care. There we go. I'll just pull out the fucking Artist Opus one. Is this overkill? Probably. Whatever. Probably. It's fine. But yeah, it's kind of hard to like. I've noticed that this is something that even I run into. Trying to paint minis for a dead war game feels weird. And like it's definitely hard to get the motivation up because I really want to paint some of my Wrath of Kings stuff one of these. You guys saw that like the thick women models. I think I could paint those on stream and be fine. I feel like I could maybe get away with painting the Wrath of Kings thick bitches. I could be like, how many thick women can Hal paint in one stream? The Hummals. Okay. Let me get on the base. Let me get this base dry brushed real quick, and I'll put them on screen. There we go. No, not the Kingdom Death models. I mean thicker. I mean like architects are going to have a fun time level thick. It's from a war game called Wrath of Kings, which is a really like it's a very cool war game, but I think the best way to describe the aesthetic is like weird European comic or like Wakfu. Like it's models with like Wakfu proportions, if that makes any sense. If you've ever watched Wakfu, if you haven't watched Wakfu, please watch it. Please at least watch the first 2 seasons. Wakfu is a genuinely really cool series. It's a I guess that's something I could also do for the movie nights. It's just like watch a movie and then watch one episode of like Wakfu or something. It is a French animated like adventure series. The one for it's Wrath of Kings. I'm gonna post it up in a bit. Hold on. There you go. All right, so I did the dry brush test on this boy using some khaki, and it turned out pretty good. Not like the most like striking effect, but I think I might put like a little tuft of like fake grass in a couple of bits, and I think you'll be good to go, buddy. Chef's kiss. There you go. To get this little, I get my little squeezy pad. I could make a series out of it, yeah. Oh yeah, it's fucking Ankama is like everybody there is fucking amazing. They are really powerful. Listen, everybody. Listen. You know how I'm reluctant to give the French any credit. Studio Akaba is like they are legitimately amazing. There we go. This turned out pretty good. The Pourquoi pass? What? The entire thing. I compliment the French every now and then. Listen. I'm allowed to be nice to the French as a treat. But yeah, let me get the Wrath of Kings one real quick. Wrath of Kings, Nicair. In Wrath of Kings, there is a army whose entire thing is like effectively you put on demon masks, and these demon masks will eventually you'll kind of absorb the demon out of the mask into your body, which mutates you. And I'm trying to find like a good picture that shows like not just them. Okay, this is the front of the starter box. This is probably fine. All right, let me put this on here. All right, so this is the starter box for House Nasir, which honestly is probably one of my favorite factions. I really like the way it looks in there. So they have a lot of red and black, and they have like cool swordsman dudes, and then you got like the demon shaman guy in the back, and then you see that like big demon guy, which is like one of the swordsmen after absorbing a lot. And then if you look in the corner, you see a lady who is very thick, very thick. It's a very good palette. All right. I'll show you. I'll show you the mini real quick. Hello, Flaming. I am. I'm. So I don't know if I'm gonna. I would like to play it. I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know what the situation at my where I play at normally is at. I'm showing everybody thick minis. Okay, these are not mine. But this is an example of what the minis look like. All right, these are the Pelagarth blood masks. So yeah, like I said, thick women. Thick. I have a unit box of them. The starter box comes with a couple as well. It does kind of look like a bunny ears, yeah. So yeah, I could paint those technically. Let's just put them like right here. It'll be fine. Right there is good. Oh, hey, Char, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, they are. There's a lot going on with them. There's a lot going on with the Pelagarth. Back going. Welcome, YouTubers. What do I gotta do? Oh, yeah. I need to go. I need to begin painting the rock that everyone's standing on. Anything that's generally that color, I need to make black. What was that called again? The game or the those were called Pelagarth blood masks, I believe. Back on my head. I don't remember that song. I believe you that's a song. I just do not recall. Do not recall it. But yeah, the game itself is actually pretty neat. It's like a weird like it's like a squad based it's a skirmish game, but what you would do is like you would have like a couple leader units and you would kind of activate like it would be like I go, you go, activate a couple of units and your opponent would. Killing the leaders would generally decrease your army's efficiency. There wasn't a lot of ranged attacks. It was a primarily melee based war game, which is kind of neat. And instead of doing damage normally, or like even attacking normally, what you would do is you would roll your number of attacks. On there. That's fine. You would roll your number of attacks and you would consult a card. Let's see if I can. Let me actually put that on screen too. Like it's like it's like it's not just thick women. Wrath of Kings has like a really cool combat system. Let's see if I can find. See if I can find some of the stat cards. There we go. Oh god, you can tell this game's a little bit on the older side because some of the resolutions on these is what you would call hot garbage. It's real bad. It's real bad. Okay, here we go. All right. So also, these are from the House Hadros, which is really cool. They're like fish people, and the text is going to be blurry as shit. But this is primarily the bottom is what I want to show you. So whenever somebody would attack, let's say this deep collar in the middle, right? When somebody would attack the deep collar, oh, I'll say. Weird. Okay, I thought my stream was down for a little bit because of the Twitch display. When someone would attack that deep collar in the middle, what would happen is that you would roll a d10 and you would hit one of those various symbols. And sometimes the symbols would do different things. Like basically, everything that's underneath like a lightning bolt symbol would be a failure. Like a 6. Like if you try to roll against this guy, 6 through 1 is a total failure. A lightning bolt is a hit that does damage, and then a skull is like basically instant death or take 2 damage depending on the model. Now the cool thing are like the other symbols. Like some people will have symbols where it's like, oh, if I find one of these like little sparky symbols like the 1 through 3, and I hit them with my sword that has this ability to basically go through them, I will still do 1 damage to your model. Or like someone would be like, you landed on a 6, I will perform a counterattack. It's a very cool game. Legitimately a cool game. And it's in this like weird spot where I don't think Cool Mini or Not, which also gives you an indication of like why things are kind of weird. Cool Mini or Not is a company that is what's the best way to describe what Cool Mini or Not's up to? They release a lot of games. They do a lot of Kickstarters though, and they kind of sometimes leave games to languish. They're right now, I believe they're behind the A Song of Fire and Song of Ice and Fire war game, which from what I understand is like a really solid rank and flank. Like it's like if anybody is like, you know what, the old world didn't do anything for me, maybe try that. Even like if you're not like super big on the books or the show or anything. I've heard it's got like a pretty decent balance, other than like I think a couple of like random faction nonsense. What else has got going on? What's cool shit does that got? Oh yeah, the thing that I think is really neat about that though is it has like a politics deck. I mean, rank and file stuff has had oh no, they've had games for forever. I'm pretty sure they've had games as long as they've been around. They've definitely done a lot of Kickstarter stuff, but yeah, they got a lot of games under their belt. But the thing is like it's not that like now that like there's been a lot for a while. There's been like Oathmark and fucking Kings of War. Probably like a couple of others I'm thinking of. Rank and Flank's like when Warhammer Fantasy died, a lot of games were made to be like fill in that spot or do their own thing. But a lot of people are like, oh, Warhammer Fantasy's dead. There will be no more rank and flanks. It's a shame. It's a shame rank and file games will never exist ever. Conquest is another one. Conquest seems really cool, but like unfortunately, the thing about Conquest that I can't get into is its prices are basically G-dubs, but it's for a war game that like I don't know what the survival rate's going to be, and all the models are at a gigantic scale. So like all the models are like basically, I think they're all like 40mm models. So like they look gorgeous, and apparently they're pretty easy to paint because of that, while still having a lot of detail. But if one day Wrath of Kings just like stops if Conquest just stops existing, it's really hard to reuse their models for other games. Now, like Wrath of Kings, if I was to build up an army for that, I could run that in like 1-page rules, or like maybe like a skirmish game of some sort, like a mini synopsis skirmish game, because at the end of the day, they're still basically the same scale that everything else uses. But nope, not Conquest, for better or for worse. I think I generally prefer skirmish games too, to be honest. Which is funny because I primarily paint minis for like big bigger games and armies and stuff. Like Turnip Skirmish though. I do like Turnip and I do like that it's Skirmish. And I think I just mostly do Warhammer stuff because it's fun to paint. I don't have real aspirations of keeping up with a coherent like Warhammer group these days, which is fine. Was dying. That was years back still. Yeah, it's been kicking around. It's because like there's a lot of people and you'll see this attitude in D&D as well. Where like there's people that are like if let's say if Wizard of the Coast goes down, like if fucking Hasbro explodes and they're like, you know, we're not gonna do any more D&D. People would be like, RPGs are dead. There will never be another RPG. The time to pack it up. We had a good run, and then everyone else, like other people who played other games, would be like, you know, there's like other games, right? And they're like, no, it doesn't matter. Not gonna. I will not perceive. I will not comprehend. I do basically mostly paint. It's just it's more convenient for my lifestyle these days. I really I just need to like get up and go on a Saturday to do stuff, but I use Saturday for like recovering and also working on shit, so it's kind of tricky. Oh yeah, Pokemon killers were like that too. Power is like I will say Power I think has been the first game in a while that's like a Pokemon killer that would actually somewhat made the Pokemon company sweat, which I do approve of that. I do approve of that to some degree. Oh, yeah, also people that said single player games are dead. Like, and meanwhile, single player games have been doing great. I did see like a thing the other day, like just I don't know how it slipped through like algorithm bullshit, but it was like one of those dudes that was like he's kind of in that like Andrew Tate school of thought where he's like, I don't play video games. Like I understand video games are not like the most productive thing you could do, but he's kind of like one of those like Sigma grindset dudes that was just like video games got nothing. I was playing video games and I was miserable and I didn't have any fun and I quit video games and I'm doing better. And then he basically lists the video games he used to play. And it was Apex, Overwatch, League of Legends, and like Valorant. I'm like, no wonder why you're fucking miserable. You basically chose the worst array of games. Like, I'm not surprised you turn into an Andrew Tate grifter, you fucking idiot. Like, yeah, I just like I wasn't having fun at the hitting my balls factory. And you know what? I think that because of that, I think that like all driving should be banned because I have to drive every day to the balls kicking factory to get my balls kicked. Also, hello, this mayor and hello, Liquorman. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yo, Dorse Flyers. Nice, nice, nice. Are you also doing old world stuff? I'm finishing up a little bit of a oh god, I'm moving my mini off screen. I'm doing a what's it called? I'm doing a massive kind of like rebasing project for some of my Chaos Knights, Chaos Warriors and stuff like that. Yeah, these are not Knights. Why do I call them Knights? These are just Chaos Warriors. I do got Knights though, which need to get done, which is probably why I said. Yeah, it legitimately is that. It's a little bit nitrous to saying. Hello, Yoni! Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. Let me shout you the fuck up. Fuck out. What? Shout you the fuck out. I cannot with words today. Oh, that's Gifts. How you doing? Welcome everybody. And hello, Key Froist. Welcome. Let me reach over. Hello, Aruzenya? I don't know. My Japanese is incredibly rusty. Go men. Go men. Sorry. See who else have I missed? Any other names? Well, hello everyone. If you do not know me, hello, Mr. Kraz. Welcome. If you do not know me, I am Halbernot, the Mimicoff, a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Also, Halbernot, how you doing? Welcome. Everybody, look, I updated the pictures. Woo, I updated the pictures. That's a very old, that's a very, very old Hell Pit Abomination that I've painted, but I put it on there because I had to like grab a picture for that recently. And what else? Oh yeah, and then that was the this is a totally not Nazgul I painted. Check it out. I finished that up like literally yesterday. I took a picture of it during lunch, I believe. Look at him. Wow. I updated pictures. See, sometimes when I say I'll update a thing, I actually do. It's not very often, but I do. I keep forgetting I have that. For context, I set that up for a joke from like 2 weeks ago, and I keep forgetting that it's there, and I just leave it up now. It's just kind of fun. I explode. Oh yeah, get some food. Take it easy, nerd. Take it easy. Also, another thing, so I'm currently doing several things today. Um, First, I have some Middle Earth orcs that I barely touched, so I'm sorry about those in advance. I finished off a bunch of my Stormcast. I know you'll be like, oh, Stormcast, but I basically got like a whole, more or less a whole unit. There's like one flag person that needs a little bit of like work that's not done yet, but I got them ready to party. Yeah, kind of got that kind of like Dark Souls gram going on. Whoa. And now I'm currently in the process of rebasing a bunch of models for the old world, which is like the Warhammer Fantasy revival. I have no strong side taking in the Warhammer Fantasy versus Age of Sigmar thing. I just like minis. I'll do both. I don't give a fuck. Victory. I could see that. I could see that. I mean, those are kind of, at the very least, those are like stressful games. We're talking about prior to the raid. I saw a guy today that was like trying to be like video games are a waste of time. I was depressed, and only by quitting video games did I get better. And he lists off the video games he played, and they're all like fucking like MOBAs. They're all like MOBAs and Apex and stuff like that. And it's like, man, you really like you technically solved the issue, but you never identified the symptoms. Oh yeah, I don't think I did the shout out, but I don't remember. I didn't actually take a good look at what Cody was up to. Oh, Sasha, you're playing Dead by Daylight? I also keep going back and forth on calling Sasha Hiyori. I think it's because like I'm like, I see the name on stream and I must do that. How did you nerds convince her to play Dead by Daylight? How do you convince her? I tried to play Dead by Daylight a while ago. I would play it with some friends. Here's the okay. Oh, that's mean. That's mean. Why would you do that? Now I know a lot of people like it. It's got some good like what's it called? It's got some good crossovers and whatnot. I'm particularly not great at. I've never played Killer. I've never played Killer. I would always play with people that like wanted to be survivors. Is her idea? Oh, okay, interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, no, I think it's because I used to be more gamer, but I've specialized more in a tabletop, so that's definitely means like a lot of gamer specific skills have atrophied quite a bit, which is fine. I don't know what my reaction times look like these days. They're probably I at best. Smash Bros. Brawl story. Oh, okay. Subspace Emissary is fun. See, that's kind of it's weird because like every now and then I'm like, you know what? It's been a while since I played Subspace Emissary. I don't want to go back to it just to kind of relive it because like I did like the World of Light story from the from Ultimate, but like for the most part it was like pretty nothing, but it had like really big cool moments. Like the big moment where Kirby is like running for his life is like everybody gets turned into fucking trophies. It's like, ooh, that's really cool. It did. I mean, it had the story that some big chuckle fuck lasered everyone, and then like an evil or chuckle fuck later showed up. It was a perfunctory story at best. It wasn't like a real story, but it was there. It wasn't like a weird thing where technically like the actually I don't know if you have not played Subspace Emissary, take a look at it. It's wild. Oh, Taylor, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, like it's weird because like Subspace Emissary was their first time trying to really do that. Because like Smash Bros have had a plot, but a lot of the plot is oh the hands animated everything. Whoa. Though I did like you would just boot up fucking World of Light and then straight up it's just like everyone's dead. Kirby, like it kind of made it like a weird Kirby game. I know it's because Sakurai's involved and Kirby's his baby boy, and I get it. I understand Kirby's your baby boy and you love Kirby. Everyone loves Kirby. We get it. But it's like they did just kind of make the story mode an unofficial. It was an unofficial Kirby game that you could opt out of once you unlocked it. Yeah, I know there's like the Kirby is the like canonical strongest Nintendo character because of the whole like Kirby's cake was stolen. Also, you have to stop the embodiment of cosmic evil from absorbing everything and causing everyone to live an eternal hell nightmare. Like you should have sold that cake, bro. You fucked up. You unleash the cake beast. This is all your own undoing. It was like a one of my Stormcasts, I think, had an angle where you could see the fucking stuff on it. I don't think I ever fixed that. I think I'm gonna take a quick look at them again once I get all the well stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. Kirby is just an embodiment of the hive mind. It's fine. Anywhere that I miss is just gonna be just kind of like generic dirt. I'm trying to because like originally when I based them, they were basically like on a great platform surrounded by dirt. I'm trying to like kind of like recreate that a little bit. But Kirby's fun. I like Kirby. I haven't played a Kirby game in a hot minute though. Not you. I should, I can just check them on stream. I'm like, ooh, there we go. A quick, doing like a little quickie scan of the because all the stuff. This is just corkboard covered in gravel, not gravel. Sorry, dirt paste. It's corkboard covered in dirt paste. This is the one I would have thought it would have been. Just playing. Oh wow, you've played more hours of Dead by Daylight than I ever played Warframe. I thought was excessive amounts of Warframe. I will say though, a friend of mine was like, "Hey Hal, you want to play Warframe again?" And I was just like, "Oh no, oh no, I don't know how I feel about this. No, I don't know. I don't know if I can go back." Yeah, this one's got like a little bit. I don't think any of these are have enough that will be like super noticeable. Then again, a lot of my free time is like outside of VTubing is a lot of Slay the Spire. That's sort of my go-to like I need to burn time game. There we go. Okay, so I guess I must have got it, or it's just so unnoticeable that I don't even really notice it anyway, so who gives a fuck? I'm actually legitimately trying to think about like if there's any like one game I've devoted that much time to. I haven't, but also like there was the big pivot in my life where like I went from like games were the thing to like tabletop RPG. I'm sure if you've add up together all of the hours I've played tabletops, it would definitely be like big. It would be big number. Well, Nitrous, that proves you love yourself. So congratulations. The thing is, at the very least, I could feel like Warframe is like even though Warframe is like people talk about, and even I joke about it like I was like on like crystal meth or something like that. I still like it's still fine. Like it's like at worst, it just kind of eats a lot of time for like no real reason, but which is why I still have not got back to it because just like that level of grind and grinding for things that don't matter too, and like it's fine to grind for stuff, but like a lot of Warframe grind, unless they severely change it, it's like what are you grinding for? That's just kind of all there really is to do. I'm grinding because grinding is gameplay, and I would like to continue playing Warframe. I don't know how I feel about that. It's getting the recesses, but I'm glad you did not go back to the League of Legends. When was the last time I played League? Well, I only played League back like and legitimately back in college because my friends just won. That was their game, and they wanted me to be social. You can live through me as I paint as a treat. I do think you should paint your stuff though. It's fun. It's painting's fun, but like I understand if you don't got the time or if your stuff's not set up or whatever. I get it. It's understandable. I'm sure a lot of people they're like, boy, howdy, I would like to paint Warhammer models, but I can't. So I'm gonna watch Hal. As gifts, enjoy your lurk. Wait, what? Huh? I never realized that my own lurk system could be fucking gamed like that. Excellent, excellent, nice. Well, have yourself a nice lurk. Skiffs the Chad. The Chad dumb lurkbot. I swears. There you be mean all these nights. What the fuck? What the fuck? I might have to tweak that a bit. I'm trying to think of like, on one hand, I would like to use this weekend to do more Sammy research. On the other hand, I probably need to use this weekend to get my taxes done. And that's not going to be a fun use of my weekend. But it's like, I gotta? Legally, I gotta? Which is a bummer, but whatever. Honestly, I keep my expenses pretty like recorded, so it's never like I get that like, oh, I need to look up a bunch of stuff. I don't know where X is. Oh no. It's usually like because of the way Twitch works and my job at the guild, I have never gotten okay, that's not true. A long time ago in the distant past, I used to get tax refunds. Never again. Never again. Every time tax season rolls up, I know that I'm owing the IRS a big hefty chunk and I weep. I weep as I see money evaporate into nothingness. There's no tangible, like I know taxes has a tangible benefit for like roads and shit, but it's like I don't get to see it right now as I hit as I hit the funny button to make money disappear. Drew rats ago. I mean, you could also just look too, like if it's just a matter of like I would just like to get it done. There are like speed painting techniques. Like slap chop is legitimately a thing, even if like some people in the Warhammer community will kind of poo-poo you for using it. But like legitimately, like dry brush contrast paint that can get you a lot of rat painted really quickly. And if like having a bunch of rat like stresses you out and doesn't you're not having a fun time and it doesn't make you want to paint, that's a way to make a lot of rat a lot less rat. Also, I need to change the music because I believe it's beginning to loop. For some reason the auto shuffle is just looping inward on itself forever. There we go. We'll just put it over here. Probably should have moved it down, but I moved it up. It's fine. There we go. There for some reason Imperial Guard. Oh my god. Okay, so you basically chose nothing but hard to paint and time intensive armies. Oh, that is understandable because I also like to do the same. Also, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because that sounds rough as shit. That sounds real fucking rough. But yeah, at the very least, the Skaven, because like painting hordes is like I would even argue that painting AdMech, as complicated as they are, is at least like, ooh, they got a lot of bibs and bobs. They're fun. There's some variety, but it's like I initially, for context, before I started streaming, I had to paint 60 clan rats, and I couldn't. I legitimately couldn't. I just sitting down and trying to paint 60 clan rats was hell. Even if I did it like assembly line style, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna paint reds today, you know? Hello, bird. How you doing? How you doing? It's okay. Absorb my uncle energy. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to do like a Kamehameha thing. I don't know. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Working through your backlog, very good. Very, very good. Did a front ranks this game look good? Oh yeah, you could definitely do that. You could definitely do that. Or you could even do, like I said, with the slap chop stuff. So like if you did like the what's it called? You basically would like prime the Skaven black. You dry brush it up. You dry brush it pretty heavily with the gray. Then you do a much lighter dry brush with the white. Skin there's generally contrast for different shades of skin. You could do basically like a pale one, light, dark. You got all the colors. And you paint with all the colors of the skin. Yeah, you could. The contrast pretty easy. Then just have like one cloth for like for cloaks and stuff like that. It's like okay, there's different blues. There's different contrast blues you could do just to kind of like layer over that. Then really what's left, like metal maybe? Metal, maybe a little bit of fur. That would definitely lessen the burden a lot, for certain. Oh yeah, if you're doing it for like the old world, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that would make sense. Just kind of just do the front row that will be like the ones that actually fight, and the rest will be just kind of like funky colored wound counters, more or less. That's kind of the gist of what I've kind of got for like how like the old world kind of works, where it's like only the ones in the back continue the hospitality. They are, but when you have to paint a lot of them, you do eventually begin to crave death. So I get it. I totally get it. I understand. There we go. There we go. There. He hates because it's changed, and I hate change. I understand. I will say contrast paints are really good. Even if you're not speed painting, I use contrast paints for a lot of stuff. They're like good for energy effects. Like there's people out there like if you want like a really good bright glowing energy, what you could totally do is you effectively paint with white inks. You put like white inks into the recesses. And then you do a layer of like contrast over it, and you got like really, really bright energy. I saw somebody on, I think on Blue Sky actually, or maybe it was Twitter. I can't remember which. They kind of blend together. They kind of blend together. Um, my Blue Sky and Twitter feeds. I did. You know, I keep doing this, and this is absolutely 100% my fault. I'll join a platform, like a social media platform that's a lot of text-based stuff. You know, like Blue Sky, Twitter, a lot of text. I proceed to follow a bunch of like Japanese model painters. My Japanese is not even at conversational level anymore, but they do good models and stuff like that. And they post for. It's also kind of interesting because like when you think of like Japanese artists from like the anime side, they'll like draw a picture every now and then. They'll post a lot of their gacha pools. They will post a lot of pictures of food and their cats, and you're like, God damn it! I came here to see the art. And you'd be like, well, this is where they post pictures of their cats. If you wanted their stuff, they would go to Pixiv. But a lot of them have left Pixiv. Well, that's just it. Ooh, worse would delete my faction. Yeah, having your faction deleted. That's probably like why I'm not going back to War Machine ever. I love my Legion of Everblight boys, and like the replacement faction that they gave them just does nothing for me. The fucking Chimera stuff where it's got the twins. I like the twins just fine, but straight up like all the cool fleshy dragon monsters are now like cybernetic dragon monsters, and all the elves are replaced by like a new species of something or other. I don't actually know what they are. They're kind of like angry lizard people, kind of. Like one color a day. Well, I've tried that. It does work, but it does also kind of get mind numbing. Like it saves paint, and you can just kind of mindlessly just like, all right, red cloak, 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 red cloak. Yeah, the new machine is like the thing is I've heard 10th edition, like not 10th edition, 4th edition is pretty solid. Like apparently it's a fun enough game, but it's like my interest, and also having to buy models it's weird. I love 3D printed models. I paint a lot of 3D printed models. The idea of buying someone else's 3D printed model fucks with my brain in a way that like, and when I say buy someone else, I mean I don't mean like going to Etsy and being like, ooh, I would like to buy this, like, I don't know, this goblin. I'm gonna buy this goblin STL on Etsy, where I know it's just like somebody in their shed. Somebody in their shed is printing those out, and they're selling them as an individual. I'm fine with that. It's knowing like Privateer fucking Press doing that. That it's like just give me just let me buy the STL from you. I swear to God, it does. So like 3rd edition eventually kind of collapsed. I've heard 4th edition is doing well enough that like whenever they've opened pre-orders and stuff at like Gen Con and whatnot, they have been selling out. And they've been actually updating, like showing new models and concept art and stuff, like in a way that they weren't previously. So like it's growing back. I don't think it'll ever be as popular as it was in its height, because also Malfa at its height. War Machine at its height was like at Warhammer's lowest point. And even though, like, from what I understand, 10th edition is kind of jank, I don't think it's going to get to that point. Also, especially if someone's feeling real not great about Warhammer 10th edition, they got one-page rule. They got. I don't know. I don't know if War Machine is really going to be competing in that same space. Oh wait, I forgot. Did you Bird? I might have misremembered. Did you play? You played Retribution, I guess, or did you also play Legion? Yeah, the prices are kind of high too, and like the quality of the prints, I've seen like sometimes they come back with like broken parts and really bad mold lines and stuff like that. Where like the little 3D printed nubbins were not removed properly. And like once again, if it's a small individual person selling me a model at a reasonable price, I will remove nubs myself. I don't mind. Oh, you play Legion. Ah, gotcha. I also had Legion of Crix. I didn't play Crix. I inherited a friend of mine's Crix army when he moved. He's like, I'm moving to a different country, Hal. I cannot take my Crix with me. They're yours now. So I have like the Witch Coven, which is no longer legal. I have Death Jack. I have one of the Denny's. I forget which. I think it's P Denny. What's up, Photo? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I'm bitching about War Machine. I love that I can hold all you nerds hostage and I can bitch about a war game that's been dead in my eyes for a while. If you remember vaguely what the art style was, I could probably tell you what faction it is off my head. You remember what they had going on? Like what or like even visually what they had going on? I don't know. I don't think it'll be like gone for good, but like whether they decide to go ahead and remove some of them from Legends, I cannot say. There we go. High subfaction in Crix's Legacy. Oof. Yeah, it do be like that. Yeah. And now the funny thing is that Crix, there's also like Dusk, which is like Crix elves, which is odd. They're a neat look, but the thing is, like, I like the individual pieces. I don't know if this smash together really does much for me. Oh, you ran pirates. Yeah. And now all the pirate related things are in fucking Trollbloods of all places. They're no longer in Mercs, they're no longer in Crix, they're in Trollbloods, which mind you, the Trollblood pirates look fucking rad. Like I will say some of the new concept art looks really, really cool. Like let me get this layer of gray on the lad, and then I'll go ahead and show you real quick. Um Privateer Press did a lot of people dirty, and like I don't got the interest in it anymore. I don't like the lack of your dudes as like that was always something like I've always liked the idea of your dudes in war game, but back when Warhammer was like totally out of budget, I just couldn't do it. So it's like I could just have like it's fine. It's fine to sacrifice your dudes in this for the sake of price. Yeah, I mean, they just did a lore thing. They just did a lore thing recently, where Skaven did some stuff. I didn't get a chance to read it. I didn't get a chance to read it just yet. I have a bookmark for later though. Oh, Westcry! Oh, I gotcha. Oh, they did have. Oh yeah, they did like having like the idea of making elves like basically still use magic, but manifesting that in cool like sci-fi looking mechs when everyone else had like rust buckets and stuff like that was really cool. Because effectively the elf mechs in the game, they had like no armor because they're fragile as shit. But they got extra armor when they got focus, which is like kind of energy. But yeah, look at one of the new like troll like kind of like the pirate troll variants. Also, he's using a hammerhead shark as a club, which is very nice. It's a good looking model in theory. Like that looks nice. That looks nice. Some of the other ones go way too hard on the non-metallic metal though. Yeah, exactly. Use hammerhead shark as hammer. That's just good. That's just good math, you know? Hmm, I don't have a PO box. Let me see. I guess the alternative would be maybe like I don't know. I could ask Squid maybe about having Squid as an intermediary. The thing is like the reason I haven't opened a PO box is because like I don't know how much stuff I'd get out of a PO box honestly. Like because you have to pay for them, and I don't expect to get regular stuff sent over. Like I wouldn't mind taking if people just like how I will never paint this. Could you absorb it into your collection? I don't think I would say no to that. But I'd either need to know that there's going to be enough people doing it that I could justify opening the PO box, or if I could set up some service through Squid where like you mail it to Squid, and Squid mails it to me, and I like pay him shipping and handling so he doesn't have to deal with that. I can maybe ask Squids about it next time I get a chance to talk. I can do that. Oh yeah, yeah. I do really like the idea that all the warjacks come with magnets and they're like fully modular. I think that's legitimately a great change. A lot of the things other than like having fortifications with stats, I don't like that. And anytime a war game is like this piece of terrain has stats, it's either terrible or it's so good that your entire army warps around it. Like Skaven and Age of Sigmar, the fucking null holes, at least back in second edition, were like so good that like if you did not buy them, your Skaven army was fucking crippled because you just lost access to free magic boost and teleportation bullshit. Like why would you not why would you not do that, you know? But yeah, I don't know. Like I'll have to think about some way if that's a thing that's feasible. A fantasy died. Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't know if that was it behind it. Kirby, there is like Kirby was definitely bad at it, and the new guy definitely salvaged it. It's also one of those weird things, so it's kind of hard to test for like certain old fantasy players because a lot of them had armies that they basically didn't update ever, and then also like so a lot of I know a lot of people especially were using for like Brett's and Empire using like Parry bits because Parry used to do work for Games Workshop. Uh, it's just kind of tricky. Kind of tricky with that kind of stuff. But it's also kind of like, unfortunately, it is like a weird crippling flaw of every game that's not made to be model agnostic or like have like a strong DIY component like Turnip. Is that eventually, if a war game doesn't get continuous updates, it doesn't stay in the public eye and it effectively dies. Um, if a war game does get continuous updates and new models, because like especially for a lot of businesses or like the game is there as an excuse to sell minis, like Games Workshop especially, but like every mini company's like that to some extent. Um, you got a thing where it's like they want you to have a continuous purchase treadmill because that's how they make money. But that's also bad because that introduces like continuous power creep and also like people need to like if like an edition changes and like a unit that was bad is now good, you got to buy that now in theory. It's I don't know what's like it's something I think about. It's like I don't know what's a good solution. Because like there's other games that have solved this issue, but they're in ways that are not great for wargaming. Um, so here's something that would be incredibly ballsy to do, but would technically help solve this issue. Hey, everybody, do you know Magic the Gathering set rotation, where every couple of years a set has cards that are no longer legal in the standard format, like the format that's made to rotate out. Now, no war game has done that yet. No war game has done that yet for good reason because war games are often actually no, this is the funny thing though, especially with Magic. Time intensive, yes. Arguably, Magic decks can be almost as expensive as new armies, depending on the format. So, like, now, do I think that's an avenue worth pursuing? Probably not, but I think it's an interesting, like, thought experiment. Like, imagine if they could balance things where, like, okay, these aggravating models, well, like, they just get rotated out, you know? Oh, yo, that's especially easy, especially with like a modern mana base with like fetch lands. Fetch like full set of fetches, full set of shocks. That could have at one point been like easily a couple $100. What else you want? What else you want that's in legacy legal that's like expensive? Bunch of reserve list shit. Uh oh, you did collective company. Oh god, yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't know Coco was like an expensive deck, but I guess I'm not too surprised by it. Effective for people who don't play Magic, that was a deck based on a spell called Collected Company, which was like reveal like the top X cards in your deck. I don't like X not as in the Magic X. Like X is I don't remember how many you revealed, Um, and then if they were like a certain power or under, I believe you could put them on the battlefield, which lets you swarm like a motherfucker. So that's generally the gist I remember. It's been a while since I played with it. Oh, okay. You were also doing. Oh, I missed Knight of Reliquary. That was a fun card. I used to play with that card back when it was like Alara standard. Ah, the nostalgia for expensive Magic. I'm glad I mostly play EDH. Let's see, as other forms of talking, some became mainstream to the point big VTuber stuff. No, that's. I mean, that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. No, 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 no. That was that. I mean, plus that was also easy to parse too. Yeah. Yeah, I am glad that like Age of Sigmar eventually pivoted and became its own game because goddamn, like the Age of Sigmar first edition rules were so bad that there's some people that still don't give it a chance. Like it's really weird. Sometimes I will see like I'm not saying people have to like it, but there are people that are like parroting stuff from first edition, which was admittedly you're like most you have to have a good first impression, and it did not. The fact that the new leadership steered that fucking game around was fucking amazing. You could, I mean, you could do side games. Games Workshop does do that with the specialist games. It's just it's harder for smaller companies as well though to do that because there's a chance that those like even like Aeronautica was a side game by Games Workshop where you flew planes. You had like Space Marine planes and Necron planes, and nobody fucking played it. Or maybe other shops did, but based on my experience, God, no one fucking played fucking Aeronautica. My local shop had, like, my GDub store had a Aeronautica section on the wall, and no one fucking played it. Not a single goddamn person. And I think it's getting rolled into the Titanica stuff, maybe? I don't know. What's the state on that? Yeah. I also do think that you could do a rotating format in like with 3D printing. So here's a theoretical. Oh yeah, it's yeah the price I get into. There is also that one interview where basically they're like, it's really hard for us to do stuff with the old world. It's really hard for us to do stuff with the old world because like all the factions are far away, and basically like more or less every rock on the entire planet has been kind of already explored. So it's just kind of hard to stick new stuff in. And that could have been an excuse or not. I don't know. But that was like one of the designers at the time later for Goonhammer wrote something to that extent. And I could see it. I could see that. I mean, like like a little bit, it's kind of a little bit bullshit because like the Total Warhammer people have done some neat mixing and matching stuff like that. Yeah, the fucking like I said, unironically, as I started today's stream, Project Melody is painting an orc right now. You won't see that on the Twitch category because she's doing it on Fansly with something inside of her. I really want to see what that orc looks like. Like she wasn't bad for like a beginner player, but I really want to know. Like, is there just gonna be like a fucking checkerboard pattern on the back that you just see like checkerboard, checkerboard? Whoa! Like you're just gonna see that? I have to know. A Harmony Gold lawsuit. How's the Opaque channel? How you doing? How you doing? But I don't know the Harmony Gold lawsuit. I know they fucked with like Macross a lot. I didn't know if there's a Games Workshop thing, unless this is a deep cut joke. Oh yeah, Wahapedia having all the stats online. What I mean with something insider. Well, oh boy. Uh, Anthropologist, do you know what Project Melody does a lot? And I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to be mean with this. I just curious if you like legitimately might not know. Oh, okay. You might be coming more from like the Warhammer side. Okay. I kind of take that for granted because in VTuber land, in VTuber land, Project Melody is like, she was kind of like the first Ian VTuber that got like real big, like real fucking big. Also, not just have yourself a good sleep and take it easy, yo. But yeah, she's effectively she kind of pioneered 3D cam girl stuff where like she would have her VTuber model and then she would like, you know, like marital aids and stuff like that. Um, and it was like it was and still is like pretty impressive technology. I think tech other people's tech have caught up to her, but at the time she was like very very unique. And today she's doing one of those streams, but she's painting an orc at the same time, which is totally a thing. The chapter house lawsuit. Oh god, yeah. Oh god, that's a fucking mess. What's up, Atlas? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Like if they go all plastic, I don't know. I mean, I believe they started to reveal that they're doing orc stuff, but I think that's still that's the kind of tricky thing with the old world that I'm curious how this will pan out. Um, I'm curious how this will pan out because like let's say that you're a new scene trying to put together a group for the old world. And you have to do it entirely with new models you can buy in your store. Like, what the fuck are you going to use for that? Like, I mean, yeah, could you use Chaos Warriors? Yeah, you could. That's what I'm doing. But like, it's kind of hard to know that. So like right now, there's gonna be a lot of games. There's gonna be a lot of games where it's going to be nothing but like Tomb Kings versus Bretts and Tomb Kings versus Tomb Kings. And like I cannot imagine that's gonna go for a while. So they need to be really, really quick with those orc releases, or else they're just not gonna or else interest is gonna die super hard. Let's see. No real single Suka's that. Yeah, Games Workshop's not a great company. I say that as somebody who paints a lot of their models. How you doing, Lucas? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm working on my pile. I'm actually making good progress today. These were a bunch of models that were like on the cusp of being ready. And I just needed to kind of do these like last couple of touches. But yeah, because I forgot that like they did used to have like models like named characters that did not have a dedicated model. And then people were like, "What if we just made a dedicated model?" And like, "Oh no, we fucked up." Which is kind of a shame because I also do kind of think that might be like the turning point where a lot of the creative spirit of Warhammer died. Like you could still do like cool kit bashes and whatnot, but like that was kind of a thing. That was kind of a neat thing. It was kind of nice when it was more kind of themed. They're like, yeah, this is how you make stuff, and you're dudes, and like you not have this thing, use this thing to do it, stuff like that. Now you can kind of kit bash in spite of G dubs instead of against it. I still really hate their 3D printed rule, which is like no, unless you make the 3D print yourself, and by make I mean like the fucking STL file. Uh, Technically, G dub stores can tell you to fuck off, but also by the same token, like a lot of it is like your check your local store. They have different takes on this. I do like the sons that are just like, yeah, you can kind of do whatever. It's fine. It's fine. One on the G Dub, one on that G Dub could not claim copyright models they've never made. Okay. Yeah. Sword Bearers could kind of do whatever. Yeah, I know of the Chapter House lawsuit. I do not remember the specifics though. Must play Sergeant Tillings. No, never. In fact, I was showing some of the people early on in the stream, and I'm going to show you now that I'm back. I'm still stripping him. Look what I did. I got a used fucking rowboat girly man, and you'll notice he's got a little cape on him. That's because I am going to turn him into a Styrian Moloch. I got spears. I got shields. I got big pauldrons. Oh, hold on. The shield did not even make it. Shields. I got big pauldrons with bulls on it. The weird thing is I couldn't find a good like one of these, like the kind of Roman fan. I got the helmet though, so I'm gonna like cut that off, and I have a different helmet for me. And we got some helmets. Yeah. Are these lore accurate? No. Do I care? Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. And it's like also too, he was like what? He was like 20 or 30 bucks. He was nothing. He was nothing to get Robot Gorilla Man. Flaming. Okay, you as somebody who owns 3 Skaven Giselles, I would strongly recommend you do that as well. Here is why. 1, they're fine cast. Step 2, see above. No, but really, like the Giselles are fine cast, and like the spears do not the spears, the rifles, sniper rifles do not like to stay straight. They bend a lot. Converting from the rifles, but the guitar rifles might also be good too, honestly. 2, they're kind of like, I don't know, if you like the older Skaven aesthetic where they kind of had more like weird dog faces instead of pure rat faces, that's an option. Also, they are legitimately like $60 for 3. The reason I bought them is because like my game store opened up for like a very limited day in the middle of COVID. They're like, hey, we're gonna do a very limited, like we could have like one person in the store at a time, and they're masked. It wasn't like one; it was a small amount. There was like a small amount, and you had to be masked, and it was very limited hours. And I was just in there, and I was like, I don't know what I want to get, but I want to get something. I need to get something because I want to make sure they stay in business. So I was like, ooh, Giselles. This is dumb, but I had to clean them up quite a bit too. Not fun. Not fun. I still need to upload the pictures of those though. I painted them up and I did not actually take like a proper photo. Like I didn't take a photo. I have a couple of models that I finished, like my Lord of Virulence conversion that I did not post yet, and I need to do that. Oh god, yeah. Pay. It's yes to both of those. It's not good material. It's aggravating to work with. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. But yeah, I think doing what Opaque Shadow is instead just do Warplock Giselles. I mean, Skitari rifles or whatever, or any other rifle really. You could probably find something similar in like the Empire. Just take like a fucking Empire long gun and just add some like Skaven gubbins, and like it's really easy to take a shield and add like little bits of plastic card to make the Skaven symbol on front. Just do that. Either one of those would work. Like convert your own if your store is particularly spicy. 3D, get like a nice 3D printed proxy. People have made better looking Giselle since then. Yeah, I don't know. I do not. The thing is, like, I really like the like when they revamped the line way the fuck back when with the more rat like faces. I love those. I love those more rat like faces. I do not like the dog face Skaven. I don't care how much soul is stored inside the dog face. I do not like it. It is not. I'm not a big fan. Yep, a schmidge. How the water scandal wise. Oh yeah, 100%. Like it's funny because like hearing XG dubs people talk about Finecast, and when I say XG dubs, I mean like they don't work there anymore, so they can kind of say whatever the fuck. Uh, um, a lot of them were not particularly jazzed about it either. That's kind of the interesting thing is like when you get into that lower bit, like once you get the kind of like the more boots on the ground people, they're like, this doesn't really work, and I have to like because like a lot of those people were like, all right. New Finecast model dropped. You have to get it painted in time for to like display it in a magazine, which is coming out on a very strict timetable because White Dwarf needs to keep going because that's our primary advertising arm. Back when those were active, and it's like, oh god, that sounds like hell. Yeah, I think doing the gray and then doing the brown better. I think that was the correct color choice. I hate God. That fucking sucks. The like if the reason apparently they don't reprint the Island of Blood ones is because they're on the same sprue with elf bits, and instead of re-engineering the sprue, they're like eat shit and die. But like, oh, those weapon teams, the rat ogres are what really gets to me. Because the current rat ogres they sell now are the worst. And like they repackaged them. They repackaged them in the fucking like Skaven Warcry box. They're so bad. They're so bad. Yeah, I can like the thing is I can understand why you would do it because it's to save money. And like I don't even mean that as in like Games Workshop is like being extra greedy. I mean like when you're manufactured a product and especially back then when you couldn't have like computers automate the maximum model to sprue ratio and you had to kind of do a lot of engineering to make those work. That was just kind of what you had to do. But like it God, it still sucks. Yeah, they've definitely learned. It took them a while though. The funny thing that still gets me though is like Games Workshop still releases good looking ogre, like rat ogres. Or Blood Bowl. Yep, Bandai doesn't give a fuck because like they know what they got going on. Alright. The lads need to dry now so I can begin dry brushing their bases. A lot of them are gonna be wet for a hot minute. Yeah, Bandai, I don't know where Games Workshop stacks up the Bandai money, but I cannot imagine it's close. Oh, I bet I know how we could find out. What if I do Games Workshop net worth? There we go. Games Workshop is about 3.22 billion as of February this year. Pretty good. Pretty good. Bandai net worth. All right. Let's see what Bandai's net worth is. 12.68 billion. Bandai is worth 4 times the amount of Games Workshop. Also, yeah, and they also like they basically can just like create a kit and just keep releasing that kit forever because like people will just want that kit or they won't want that kit. It's not like you have to have like keeping up with like meta changes and whatnot. How you doing, Pig? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, I'm sure it absolutely does. Like Gunpla is a way more accessible hobby. If you like if you just want to like assemble plastic and be like yippee plastic assembled, Gunpla is 100% way more like way easier to deal with. All right, so let's go back. Go back to Orc. What do we want to do? How do I want to do this? Did I ever find my like mini clamper thing? I thought I did and I lost it. Oh, that's where my fucking dry brush palette went. Okay. I had. I'm upset. I've been looking for this motherfucker. I've been looking for this motherfucker for a while, and it turns out I had magic cards on top of it. Anything good? Okay. This is not good, but I can show you. Oh, look at it! Look at this incredibly beat up old Memnarch that I have. Look at. Oh god, it's really bright. I keep my lights really high for the mini painting. Look at the lad. Love it. Love it. I swear it's not that washed up. Bye. Goodbye, Memnarch. Oh yeah, I mean, it's easier to assemble. You don't need glue. You typically like painting Gunpla is an advanced thing that you don't have to worry about. Like you don't have to go too deep in the weeds for Gunpla to start like doing shit for you. All right. What do we want to do for you, buddy? How about a medium gray or dark sea green even? Yeah, I mean, it does suck you can't play with them. And I know a couple of people have tried, like, lots of people have tried to make, like, what if Gunpla, but tabletop game. The weird thing is, I just don't think it goes anywhere. I think people have had this idea for a while, and it just doesn't. It just doesn't. Oh, yeah, wargames are still niche, which is why, like, if you step out of GDub Shadow for even a second, nobody knows what you're fucking doing. I know mobile frame exists, but, like, it exists in a way that no one actively is like, you're not going to your local shop to play Mobile Frame Zero. Oh yeah, because no, I'm not talking about Lego. I mean, like if you take a fucking Gunpla kit and try to make a war game out of it. I know Mobile Frame Zero exists, but yeah, Legos are also like G-dubs expensive these days. Yeah, there's legitimately whenever there's any big change at all to anything, there's always some idiot online that's like, I'm gonna break all my models. The funny thing, there was a guy who specifically like when Age of Sigmar came out, I believe he burned his Warhammer Fantasy army. That person has since started playing Age of Sigmar. I forget exactly what faction they were doing though. But they did go back to the game, which is very silly. Like goddamn. Infinity is trash. I like the idea of Infinity. It did not click with me when I played. More at girls cute though. More at cute. Let's get this guy. Let's get this orc is gonna be like one of those like weird kind of like ghostly pale ones. Real fucked up kind of gray ones. They're so small though. They're so small that like I can feel myself fucking up as I begin layering this on. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, if you sold them, you would have something. I find smashing or burning your models in protest is just like the most like impotent kind of just like nerd rage thing. Because all you're really doing is screwing yourself. They don't give a like if you break your models, Games Workshop could not give one singular fuck. Yeah, I guess that's true with the memories thing. There's like a couple of things like not models because I really don't sell a lot of my models. But there's like a couple of like video games and stuff that I'm sad I don't have because of memory reasons. I'm like it would have been nice if I still had it, or like Pokemon cards. I would have loved that. Yet okay, so technically, if you're putting it for a video, that's different because that's just you doing like content. And that sounds like how why is that different? It's because you're likely doing it on purpose, and you're like if you're doing it right, you're gonna recoup the cost. Now, if you're in the like if you're like a channel with like 50 views ever, and you're gonna do that, like still no one's necessarily gonna give a shit. You're still wasting your money. But like if somebody like fucking Ninja decided to smash his army, like he would probably make way more money in return. Now the time and everything is irreplaceable, but that's just kind of like what do you value? What do you value in this equation? You sold the cannons. Nice. Okay, I mean, also like the nice thing too is warp lightning cannons aren't that hard to get again. If you like, the memories of the original ones being gone kind of sucks, but like you're not totally screwed, I guess. Yeah, we got your hand gray. How's the other ones? Beginning to dry a little bit. Basically, just need to go down the list of my orcs and just do some stuff. And forgot. In protest, I made my pile of shame even bigger. Take that, James Workshop. Dark Elves Fantasy, not 40k. Oh yeah, he did Dark Elves. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, like I said, you definitely, if you're not doing it for some gimmick that will kind of like go like pay out in a while, that is just kind of just like man child rage. All right, this guy's got a lot of skin. He's got like open legs that I accidentally painted metal. What do I want to do? What do I want to do with you? What color do I want to do for you? What if I do? If I do dark flesh tone. Get like a couple of different orc colors. That should be fine. We'll see how that. That's still kind of like. We'll try it. That's fine. Full iron. Just meld them into one glorious molten plastic lump. Also, oh, Dangerous Box, how you doing? Welcome. It's a significant army. Oh, that's sad. I also think about that kind of stuff about smashing armies. It's like, no, just I'll take it. I'll take it. Give it to me. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take good care of it. And it's like, no, we're not gonna do that. I've or temporary. Yeah, I mean, if you're at the point where you're like, it's going to be a further inconvenience in my life to play Crisis Protocol or even like have it, don't do that. I have heard it's a very good game though. I like if it's local where you're at and you're genuinely interested and you think there would be a scene, you could give it a go. Like it's a neat game from what I understand. I also have I'm saying this as someone who does have the Marvel Crisis Protocol pile of shame. The reason that because like I got mine because there was a store near me. This is back when I had to travel a lot more for guild reasons. I haven't had to do it for a while. But the place I was staying at had a local store that was where I played Star Wars Destiny at. And after that game died, they're like, oh yeah, we just moved to Marvel Crisis Protocol. And I was like, ooh, they moved to a mini game. I like mini games. And I got the starter set, and then I just didn't feel anything. This is also like when I was like painting on stream, like way back in like 2020. I said, hey, Twisted Metal, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm playing Weird Hollow. Maybe yeah, probably just don't do that then. If you're not actively like I have a group lined up to play this with, I wouldn't go for it. I actually really like this color. It's kind of got this kind of like this is supposed to be like an undertone where like you'll paint. I don't know when they say dark flesh tone what they mean by dark in this case, but it's kind of got this like kind of like orangey brown to it. Like let's just begin layering some of the skin. Poor boys need skin so badly. You need to be a bit into yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think that's also a big thing. I've heard people be like, I have heard people say I like my Marvel Crisis Protocol in spite of it being Marvel, which I consider that like a big fucking indictment. Like if like you don't even like Marvel stuff, but the thing is, at the very least, generally, like even if you're burnt out on superheroes, generally Marvel has like something that you could at least be like, I at least like the look of this, you know. Like there was a while where like when I still thought I was going to get into the game, I was like, you know, I'm kind of burnt out on a lot of heroes, and I could not give a fuck. But you could run the Guardians of the Galaxy as a team in that game. I was like, "Ooh, that could maybe be fun. That could maybe be fun." But luckily I did not pursue it further. I think the only extra models I bought I don't think the only extra models I bought were like the Vision and Winter Soldier thing. I think that's specifically because like Vision was good at the time, and Winter Soldier could basically be slotted in most affiliations without breaking their special thing. Because effectively you can run a model hodgepodge, but the big thing is you want to stick to specific teams because you get like cool bonuses and incentives for doing that, stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could do a lot of stuff. Honestly, too, if you would like to do proxies and like you need bases, legitimately buying bases in bulk on eBay is the way to go. It's so easy to bulk buy bases on eBay. They're super cheap. Like people will just print you out 100 bases and it's just nice. Okay, so this is also part of your hand. I need to tidy that up. Gonna downfall Marvel. Some of my more like I have effectively like nerd friends who are kind of more normie-ish, where like they were still there. Some of them are still on the fucking like I watch every Marvel TV show, even if it's not great. Wearing pants. Okay, I think he is wearing pants. I think these are pants. They got pants wrinkles. All right, my Chaos Warriors, I believe, have dried up. I I think it's possible for Marvel to still be for nerds, but you basically have to stick to comics. You have to stick almost entirely to comics. Marvel Sons is legit good. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. For Spider-Man thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure all of those are in Crisis Protocol, though. I will say, if you did want to play Crisis Protocol, I'm fairly certain all of those things exist in some capacity in Crisis Protocol. My sponge still wet and spongy. Yes, it is. Yay, spongy things are spongy. Let's go. All right. So now we're going back to the Chaos Warriors. Ah, what time are we? Okay. Yeah, and that was my thought too, is I'm pretty sure Daredevil is. Also, I will say the neat thing about Crisis Protocol is it does lean into like the comics more than the like MCU. Like I'm trying to think of an example. Like the X-Men were in there, and like they definitely have like the the old style like cartoon and like comic X-Men where it's like yeah, Wolverine in like the yellow suit, I believe, which is pretty nice. It's now I got my dry brush back. Kind of go back to the dirt. Pick it up at your local source. I will say the downside though. They make their Disney Prince line and these desolate nice, nice, nice. I'm trying to let's see. Okay, so the actual game is like relatively cheap to get into. The starter box is actually a good deal from what I understand, unless I know there's been a newer starter box since it got released. Um, however, however, if you want to buy individual models, those are expensive. So it's like, oh yeah, you basically like if you want to get a crew together, which is like effectively like what would be like an army, it's like, oh yeah, you can do that for maybe like 100 or 200. Um, where that a lot of that money is coming from, like, ah yes, this one figure is $20, this other figure is $30. These two come bundled and they're like $40. It does kind of add up a little bit. I don't think they got Howard the Duck, no, unfortunately. Yeah. Cause I got the one that was like, unfortunately the villain side kind of got shafted with some real trash Garbo villains. Um, I mean, just in terms of like for gameplay reasons, not for like popularity reasons. Makes like a new character because that made us bite. Yeah, I mean, I've done that before. I mean, like I've done stuff where like I've played games where you have a roster where I didn't really have any interest in anyone until I played it. Like that's how like back when I used to give a fuck about Pokemon. Like there are people who are like, I want to have my own team and I want it to be set out, and I looked at advance, and for me it's just like, whatever chumpos show up, you're my bud now. You're my bud, fucking like weird idiot looking creature. I love you. And you beat Stiltman. That's also true too. Like if we're going by like in terms of deep cuts, the fucking DC games blows the fuck out of Marvel Crisis Protocol. Like easily. Easily. But that game is just like basically the Gotham game is basically non-existent in the US, which fucking sucks. Or still man a Marvel character. I legitimately don't know. I just got back to I was just going back to thinking of like Pencil Man and Condom King or whatever. You can hear the neck beard. I have been described as a interesting combo of a grog and a weeb, and I find that very funny because I do embody a lot of traits of both, which is funny. But I guess as far as grog stuff goes, it's more like I just have grog interest, and I'm not like an aggravating individual to talk about those interests with, which is the goal. The goal is I have many interests that I would like to share with all of you. It is me. I am Groob. That's what the kids say about the plant man. The heroes don't have mook units. Yeah, I mean the thing is, primarily that game is like supposed to be your gangs or Batman. Like Batman does have like goon cops, which I mean is less cool than like fucking like having like a fucking Riddler crew, but whatever. Good, but all the characters of Baron Undead elves are likely gone. Yeah, I'm sure the yeah, I mean they're probably going to work out like replacements or something for a lot of them. I don't know. I'm The old world is like I have many thoughts about like where it could go. It's like is it like it could just stay a minimally produced specialist game. It could end up being like fucking. I do think they really want it to be more like Horus Heresy, where they really really want you to like they want you to still maintain your Age of Sigmar army. And like maybe if like maybe if one of your undead um happens to have been one that was kind of like brought over from that game, maybe as like a character or something like that. Cause like a lot of there are a lot of people that legitimately don't play for 30K, like Horus Heresy, but they use it to pimp out their Space Marine armies. They use it to pimp out their Space Marine armies, and like that makes a lot of sense. Let's see, we got ads, we got ads. Let me take a drink. And then stretch two. All right, we done, we done, we done. Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say the Uber Strike 5 were like right up until end time, so probably not, unfortunately. I hate to be the one to break this to you, Lemon. Oh, what are you talking about? Yeah, no, 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 they're not good. They're not good. Let me see. Side, let me see. Oh god, yeah, no, the horse. I will say the Solar Oxala and the Mechanicum models are pure sexo, especially especially the Mechanicum ones. But like, no, I is they are so good looking. They really are. I will not sell all my organs. I don't even got organs to sell. But if I did, I would have to sell them to afford a fucking Horus Heresy Mechanicum army. And anybody, because like the thing I always think about is like Warhammer is expensive, but it can still be played by like your average person. If you're playing Mechanicum in Horus Heresy, you are like a CEO or a small business owner or something. Doctor maybe, like chief software engineer. Like you're going hard. You're going hella hard. Starship Troopers Sapphire. I'm doing my part. I will say the I've been curious about some of the Helldiver stuff, but like if I figure that's a game you kind of need to play as a group. Like you got to get a group for that. Yeah, Iron Mouse herself could not afford a Mechanicum army. Pekora could afford a Mechanicum army. However, she would have to sell the monkey, and she will never sell the monkey. By the way, did you all know that Pekora owns a fucking monkey? I still find that funny. That's both a meme and like a fact. Like it's like out of all the like the Hololive stuff where it's just like it's totally like no like it's funny because it's totally inoffensive, but it's also fucking bananas. Yeah, Pekora Hololive, like the bunny girl, the one that says the funny words, owns a monkey. Which she's also, last time I checked, and I don't know if this is true, she was the toppest earning Hololive. Like, she is unironically the most powerful Hololive, which is impressive because she's like, she's primarily like a goofy comedian. Like, she's just like a little goblin woman. There we go. All right, she posted a picture of her monkey. All right, hold on. I'm gonna put a picture of Pekora's monkey. Also, she posted on her Twitter, "It's alive" in English, but she spelled alive a space live, which is funny. But like, let me get Pekora's goddamn monkey on screen. Here we go. Here we go. This is Pekora's monkey. I don't remember why she bought a monkey. I don't know why she bought a monkey. Not that there's like a pet. Like that's the kind of monkey I think you can have a pet. I mean, lemurs are kind of monkey. I mean, they're primates. They're the same general area. Yeah, buying secondhand is good too. Or if you have to buy stuff, you should buy stuff from my wonderful sponsor, Collectible Squids. Your money today will be going to helping out one of Squid's community members got fucked over by student loan bullshit. So contributions from sales will go to that for today, I believe. I can't. I don't, Charlie. I mean, I guess you don't. Like, if I guess it's one of those things where it's like if I bought a monkey, you'd be like, "Hell, what the fuck are you doing?" But considering that she's like reasonably wealthy at this point, I have to imagine it's one of those things where like like bigger VTubers live in a weird state where I can never figure out like I don't know what the fucking like average income of a Hololive member is. Like a big name Japanese Hololive member. No, no, no. Listen, there's no way she could fucking survive a chimpanzee. Chimpanzees fucking like legitimately castrate grown men in anger. Nah, she's a tiny little lady, so she got a tiny little monkey that probably at most makes loud noises and shits everywhere. But it's a single bush baby. Ah, I got you. Which I guess you could just have as pets. I don't know. Oh wait. Oh, this guy didn't ever put the. I forgot to put mud on his base. I totally forgot. Or no, I did do it. I just painted over it so it didn't look like I forgot. Okay. Wow, I immediately had like the most wild and vivid brain fart. No, it's fine. Mashing my way. We're dry brushing the bases. We're making it happen. I got upwards of like however many people are in here right now watching me slowly apply grain to dirt. Fucking love this. I still need to watch the Tiger King shit because all that stuff sounds fucking wild and also sounds like I would be something I'd be very interested in. But yeah, I don't know. Like I like there's like a couple of like Niji Sanji VTubers that were like, yay! I like Ian Niji Sanji VTubers a while ago. A while ago, things might have changed. Where she was like, where they were like, well, it was like it was both a male and a female. Were like, yeah, I paid off my house now. I'm like, damn, nice. I can't imagine you can do that in Niji anymore. Like controversy aside, I just don't think new Niji gens get those numbers like they used to. I forgot that show existed too, but I'm like woefully out of touch on a lot of things. So I think this one I need to go into like I see in the recesses. But there we go. Hey, why did I use the fine detail brush for this? I did not need to use the fine detail brush for like, oh, I'm going inside the rock to make sure it's gray. Hello, Nitro. How you doing? Welcome. We're talking about Pecoro's monkey. Here to join us? That's not a euphemism, by the way. I feel like I should qualify that Pecoro's monkey is not like a sexual. Tonight I'm showing you everyone's Pecoro's monkey. Oh, is the I've never actually built a conquest model. Is the plastic shit for those? That's a bummer. It's like I've had minis like looking at you fucking BattleTech and Star Wars Legion, where like the quality of the plastic just kind of turned me off. So the later Star Wars Legion stuff is fine. Actually, I still have a whole fucking mercenary thing for Star Wars Legion I need to do something with. I just totally did not. I kind of put them like out of sight, out of mind, where it's like I have like a little area where sometimes I'll store like in between projects. And if I don't get a visual, if I don't keep a visual on minis I'm working on, they do kind of tend to slip. I'll be like, oh yeah, fuck, I was working on that. Like I've opened my closet and been like, oh fuck, that was the thing I was doing. I was doing a thing. Something like with other people in the dock. Oh god, yeah, because like it's definitely one of those things. From what I understand, it's like it's a bunch of bad people, like annoying bad people doing like highly illegal but also wild shit, which makes a compelling drama. But also, you're like, oh god, this is not fake. These are real people. What scale is Legion compared to 40K? I forget, but give me a sec, and I can grab some Legion models. I can grab some. Oh, they're just aggravating the build. Oh, that's the thing. Oh, massive sprue gates. I got me a very nice sprue cutter, but unfortunately it like I have to, because like the thing is about a lot of the nicer sprue cutters, they're made for gunpla, so they're made for like gunpla thick plastic, which is like I think gunpla sprues in general are engineered to be a lot thinner than Warhammer ones. Oh, that's what I got. I do fucking love it. Oh, if it's rough for you though with that though, that's fucking tragic. All right. Let me grab some Legion models real quick. Let me grab some Legion models and I'll re-wet my my spongy. There we go. It is really nice. You probably could. Here, let me grab. The thing is, I also don't have guardsmen. I'm gonna go limp though. Give me a sec. Give me a sec to go bleh. We got the Universal Plague Marine of Measuring. I'm gonna go grab a Legion model from my closet. Oh! I knocked over a thing, but it was a thing that did not cause any negative consequences to get knocked over. Haha! All right, let me put my headphones on. I'm back in. Okay. Here is a Plug Marine. It's a Plague Merino. This is a rebel trooper, like probably one of the like specialist ones. That's like roughly about the same size. So I imagine the scale is slightly bigger than 40k. Like 40k is kind of technically 28 millimeter, I believe, but it's probably closer to 32. These are a little bit bigger than that. So you probably could run some of like you could probably run him as a big guardsman, I guess. Like the scale is not like wildly different. But compared to like true 28 millimeter, like I didn't show pictures of this yet because I'm still working on the oh no, the top snapped off. Top snapped off entirely. Fuck. That's fine. Here's my Witch King. He's got a little stubbier top, which I'll have to figure out what the fuck I want to do with that. It was glued on fine, and then I legitimately have no idea where it went. But yeah, check it out. I did the oil wash thing on him as well. I guess if I take like a knife and sharpen it slightly, it won't be the worst. It won't be great. It'll be fine. Okay. Put you up. Anyway. You're being how organized now remembers where he keeps the Star Wars models. I do know where I keep my Star Wars models. I keep them in my closet, except for my ATST, which I keep in a clear glass container in the back, which I need to do stuff with. All right. Oh God. I mean, I guess having ball joints is nice because you get some flexibility, but ooh, that looks like that could have really bad gaps. Oh, I do not envy the amount of gaps that motherfucker probably has. That's probably better, honestly. The like I don't know. I probably do need to Marie Kondo all my shit at the end of the day. Oh God, those why are they so thick? Like you weren't kidding. Some of those are just straight up just like tubes directly inserted into the model. Like what the fuck? It's me, the sweetest elf. That's me, the sweetest elf princess. Fucking joke. Let's see. Becomes just like my D. That's also a big thing too. Space requirement for Gunpla is very hard. I have a shelf somewhere. Where I have like my I don't have a lot of Gunpla brand Gunpla, but I have a lot of Plamo. Specifically I used to kind of have like I really like the Ava model kit. I really like them. I have a mass produced, which is the cheapo Bandai kit because I don't think they made a better one, unfortunately. Um, I have Ava Unit 0, 2, 5, and 13, I believe. I don't have a model of Unit 1, which I find incredibly funny. I legitimately do not have, like, the Ava unit. It's not at all. I would love to go to IKEA, but the nearest IKEA is like 3 hours from me, and I don't think they really. Sometimes they deliver. I think. I don't know. I need to see if IKEA delivers again. I probably need to do a lot of like furniture buying at some point. You know, just to kind of the usual. Like some things need to be re-upped. Some things probably need to be retired. You know. I don't know. I've had issues where I've checked for delivery. They're like, we don't deliver to your area. Sorry. Get fucked, idiot. Get fucked, idiot. Get fucked, idiot. I'm like, man, I don't want to get fucked, idiot. I like saying that to other people. I don't like it when it turns table. I don't like this flippy reversey. Bless barbs do not fix their. Hmm. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's the only one I can really think of as far as archers go. Chaos is not like a very ranged army, to be fair, though. I think as a balancing choice, you got gun in 40k because everyone has gun in 40k. But if you're going fantasy, you're going basically melee or magic. Open their doors and turn on their ears when the power goes out. Hmm. Nice. Oh, that's pretty cool then. That is nice of them. I would like to go one of these days. I would like to go to IKEA. I also want to go to a Costco. because every time I've talked to someone about who I don't know, Costco seems neat. They turn into like crazy fanatics. Like I don't know what Costco does to people, but it makes them fucking insane. Then what is the temperature where you're at? It is currently 42 degrees in Burgerland where I'm at. It's a little chillier than it's been for a while, but it's spring. Spring will be upon us soon. Yeah, I don't. The thing is, I generally don't buy a lot in bulk. Like maybe like seasonings and stuff. That would be nice. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is sweaty as fuck. Fucking hang in there, yo. Oh, that do sound rough. You hit your eternal tip. Oh no. You should get soup and rest. You should get soup and rest. Get chicken soup. Chicken noodle. Chicken noodle soup is the best soup for rest. Do not. Oh, you are suffering. How? How? Which I guess the reason how was just like probably financial reasons. Which damn, that sounds rough. Oh god, oh yeah, you are going through COVID. Fucking hang in there though. COVID sucks. COVID sucks. I was glad I was able to. I was unfortunate to get that in January. I'm glad that it's over. I did the fun thing where I went to a convention filled with a bunch of nerds and I played a bunch of arcade machines played by a bunch of nerds. Yeah, that's fair. The only other option is that there's a bunch of good standing air conditioner units. They are a bit more expensive, but I use one of those as well. I use one of those as well. It's effectively like a little rolly unit, and you just kind of connect a tube to the outdoors along with like a little adapter for your window. Okay, if the fans are working, that works too. I just like the little rolly unit, which is nice because like you don't have to nail anything in, which is pretty sweet. Oh yeah, I've heard that like some people get their sense of taste just gets fucked up. I was very lucky that as far as my mimic biology goes, nothing has significantly shifted. I think Nelson said something to the degree his voice has changed because of COVID. And like that's gotta be fucking rough because Nelson he sings like he does like a lot of like ska stuff and like ukulele stuff. So it's like, man, if that changed, if like if you're somebody who likes to sing and it changes the composition of your voice, it's gotta be fucking crazy if you pick a room. Oh yeah, no, they're very good. They're the one I have in my bedroom. My bedroom where I keep me and Nanners cold during the year has one of those floor mounted units. Yeah, it could be different in Australia though. It could be different because Carlton does live in the land down under. By the way, how are the is the little like schedule change helping you out? I recently added Australian times to my schedule, so if you are an Aussie lander, um, it should help a little bit. Only allowed to provide heaters. That is unfortunate. Skull rubbing paint off. This kind of seems like the skull's rubbing paint. I can kind of just like touch it up a little bit. It's fine. We're almost done. We're almost done. Then I need to go back and I need to hit up the bases with a layer of black, and then I can basically be like, these guys are ready for oil wash, and that will be. And then we can go back to Angmar Orcs full time tonight. All right, let's rinse off the dry brush once more. It I will admit that I'm a little lucky that my landlord isn't too bad, but I know what you mean though. I've had some bad landlords in the past. Some of them not so great. Yeah, basically I got like a sponge inside of like a little lychee cup, which I use to just kind of like keep my dry brushes nice and clean. This was recommended by Artis Opus. And they, of course, Artis Opus is like, keep a moist sponge. You should buy one of ours. I'm like, I like your brushes. I don't need your sponge. I got sponge. I got sponge for fucking days. Yeah, just oh yeah, basically just do that. That is unironically like those are the steps to seal yourself into a. I could just probably put. I don't think I'm gonna be doing any more dry brushing tonight. I think I could do like a proper rinse. Hello, Kugasa, Gasa. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? President, so our houses are designed to keep us warm. Huh. Yeah. To be fair, if it makes you feel better, the English are suffering both in the winter and in the summer. So they got it rough both ways. I can't imagine it's super comforting, but like, hey, sometimes you gotta. Sometimes you gotta. I don't know if there's any ordinance where I'm at about keeping heaters and coolers or whatever. The problem with my thing is that like I can stay heated fine, but I live in an old drafty house that I'm renting. And whenever winter rolls around, like I've tried to switch to portable heaters, but the heating bill does shoot up by like $200 more because there's just like even I've sealed the windows too with like those kind of like wrapper kit things, and it's still not enough. It's still not enough to totally drown that out. Let's see. Delicious used to buy homes in Spain instead. Yeah, I guess that's an option you could do as well. You're like, oh, it's cold. Well, it's a good thing we have. That's something that I do find wild about like Europeans. Is like, oh yeah, yeah, I just gotta take a holiday to another country. And it's like it's such a big deal over here to go to another country because you got to get like a bunch of passport. I mean, I'm sure you have to get like a passport in like Europe too, but like you can just take a train to a fucking other country. I guess I could take a train to fucking Canada or Mexico, but like I might need to double check the door to be fair. I think the big sources in the office where I'm at, I don't know where it's coming from, but there's a draft in the closet, and I don't know how to stop it because like I don't see any visible, and it's just kind of like a full-bodied perpetual cold where it's like I cannot tell where the cold originated from. Like I don't know where the heat's leaking, but somewhere in there is probably the real source of my bills. It could be a portalococcus. I'd believe it. I would believe that. Get these nice black bases. Oh, this rebasing project is almost going to be done soon. It's funny how I took a bunch of models that were technically painted and decided, because that okay, so that's one thing. It's one thing to be like, ah, yes, I have a model that hasn't been finished for a while, but now I finish it. That's good. Or like I've had a model that hasn't been finished, but that's fine. I took a model that was like finished. I was like, this is finished from 2019. How? And I was like, what if I don't? What if I add to my workload, but I actually subtract from my completion? Which is a wild thing I've done. Isn't that fun? Isn't that a fun thing I've done to myself? Yeah, I probably do need some sort of door jamming thing as well. That probably wouldn't also hurt. I guess I could just jam the door to the closet and just hope I can just seal the heat in there. Luckily, summer is coming very soon. Springs are where I'm at are pretty hot as well, and like those, I basically just keep an AC running the entire season, and it's not too bad because I got one door unit, and in my other room I got not door unit. I have a drilled-in wall unit, and then the other one I have a like the one of the roller ones I was talking about. It just sucks because it renders a lot of other parts of my house unusable, but that's whatever. Jam the door, butter the door, biscuit the door, biscuit the door, biscuit the door. Just keep throwing biscuits at your door. Could be a spooky ghost as well. I do know I did work in a building once that was haunted. Um, I never saw any ghosts, which is a bummer. But supposedly, so this was a long time ago. I basically I worked at a place. It was just kind of in this like kind of generic office. Like they effectively converted like an old like house into an office building for some reason. But there was just like, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, this is haunted by the previous owner. And there was like, oh, okay. And like, he's not too bad. And I was like, I was kind of upset because I wanted to see the ghost. I don't necessarily like I don't know where I fall into believing ghosts, but like I would have liked to seen it. I'm open-minded enough. I think it's one of those things though, like if you want to see like it's like the people that want to get abducted by aliens. Like if you go by the alien logic of abductees, they abduct people that do not want to be abducted by aliens and they hate it and it ruins the rest of their life. And but yeah, but the people who are like, all right, come here, aliens, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Come and abduct me, you space sons of bitches. No, those people never get abducted. They never do. Or like, come here, ghost. All right, ghost, I'm gonna noodle you like a catfish. Oh, hold on. Okay, I had a bit of a model delay. I might still. Yeah, I could tell like a little bit of spicy late. Fine. Some people get a bad feel. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, you could be psychic. You don't know for certain that you're not. Asadaka, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am currently finishing up the rebasing. I say finishing up. There's technically one more step, which is the oil wash. After the oil wash, these guys will be fully ready for the old world. Which 20 halberdiers is a pretty solid amount, I think. I think that's a solid amount. I don't know if halberds are the way to go, but they seem good enough. So thank you for the Haldrick Kogasa. I am out of water. Hmm. I took a little sippy and I started asking for it, killing the mood. Like, oh, you wanted it too much. You're making it weird. There is, unironically, there's a lot of stuff. I can't drink the paint water on stream or else Twitch might get me in trouble. What's it called? Oh, that's not. I was gonna say that I forgot. I didn't read your parentheses. I'm like, I don't know if that's a fun fact at all. Actually, it would explain why it's spooky though. Um, well, I need a little bit more. I need more black paint. Getting too thin. But yeah, no, legitimately a lot of alien abduction stuff is kind of weirdly sex based. Because there's a big thing about human alien hybrids come up in a lot of like abduction conspiracy stuff like pretty often. For different reasons, there's the implication that like aliens have kind of lost the ability to like reproduce, which is why they're using humans to do it. There's some people that believe that aliens actually don't live in space; they actually live in like a different dimension. And effectively, they come here and they impregnate humans with hybrids so they can interface with our dimension for reasons that I don't remember off the top of my head. There's a couple, like yeah, like usually the thing is, it's like it's not because like aliens think like Earth women are like ooh the most fuckable. I guess they all. I say women. There's a lot of UFO abduction stories where like men get abducted for alien hybrid stuff, and usually for those, it's less about them the grays fucking them and more about like an alien sticking you to a fucking pump and basically just like extracting everything until you're squirting blood and then you black out and you wake up back at home in immense pain. I see the spirit sides. Spirit sides. I think he put out another movie size video recently and I have not seen it. There's also no, apparently nobody likes it. It's really bad, really rough. There's also a weird reoccurring thing that it does seem like from what I remember about some like I dive into UFO stuff every now and then because I find it really interesting. I just find this shit fucking wild. Um, there was people who were getting abducted and effectively came back with like an alien STD. Like they got like fucking like junk rashes and everything was fucking burning and it was awful for a really long time. Which is also like, what the fuck? Open his clown chakra. This is the sad, honestly, the thing that bugs me the most too. It's like, we all know that fucking spirit science guy is like wild and says bullshit. But like, goddamn, is that dude not fucking swimming in cash? I think a lot of it is just like the typical, like, I'm gonna sell seminars. And like, if you get to the point where you can do seminars for crazy people, you can legitimately charge um you could legitimately charge like $1,000 per seminar, and people will fill those up. Yeah, no, listen, Sherilyn. I mean, Darlene. I'm sorry, got your name confruzzled because of the aliens. Hacked by a Joker to sleep. Is that? I don't think I've seen that one. If you're actually referring to a specific episode, I have not seen that one. Holy shit, that sounds amazing though. Oh, that sounds amazing. I don't know. There's also a lot about like people effectively developing like weird super cancers because of aliens. It generally seems like just being in contact with like typical grays. is enough to just kind of like just kind of fuck you up real bad. Like it's just not a good time. But yeah, I mean there are a couple of people that get abducted and they say that, like, I actively had sex with an alien. There was like one I cannot remember the guy's story, but like it like this legitimately does sound like a hentai plot where like I believe he was abducted as a child and was basically got abducted as a child, was brought onto a strange ship and was taken care of by a weird woman he couldn't like super remember. And like it was kind of in that like dream state where it was like you remember that something happened, but getting like clear details is kind of fucked up. And then later on, like many years later, the guy got abducted again as an adult, and then he met the same woman, who was basically not aged at all, but she was a alien human hybrid, and kind of had that because like on closer inspection, she kind of had like the kind of like sallow skin and like the big kind of almond black eyes and stuff like that. And apparently, I think it was something to the degree of like they were testing him as a child for compatibility stuff, and then later him and the caretaker lady like boned down super hard. This does sound like a hentai plot, though. It really does. It really does, which is kind of funny that overlap. Like, there's a lot of alien conspiracy stuff has stuff that like sounds like porn, but everybody is like deeply traumatized. So it's like I don't think they're doing this for boner reasons. I I still don't fully know what's up. Awesome. The model is slowly getting. Let me move them. I'm just running out of room, so I'm like slowly migrating the model close to my chest, which is great radio once again. I know Onision is like a prick, but other than that, I don't know really anything about it. I know he's written a bunch of bad books as well. Give that pepperhead dance. Oh, hold on. Let me adjust my size. There we go. I don't want to cheat you out of the pepperhead dance. There we go. That also could be another thing too, where it's like there's some wild testing, and then they're like, yeah, you got abducted by you totally got abducted by aliens. We didn't test a new cancer gun on you, which also the also the thing is too, the United States government has done some horrible tests on people, like purposely give people syphilis tests. And they're like, ah, they're black people. It's fine. It's like, Jesus Christ, US government. What the fuck, buddy? There's also something about giving developmentally challenged kids uranium in their food to see what would happen. Spoilers, they died. God, it's been a while since I watched the X Files. And I also have not watched. It's like, I don't know. I'm so reluctant to watch isekais. I'm so reluctant to watch isekais. I'm sure the slime show is nice, but I don't. I also because like I also forgot a lot about the X Files. Like I remember there was like it was kind of building to that like kind of meta plot where they were kind of dealing with like the more direct aliens. The thing that weirdly stuck with me about X Files, and I don't know why this is so funny. I mean, no, so I mean some of them no, some of them were purposeful tests. Like they purposely they're like, we tested this to see what would happen. But I would also not be surprised by a lot of those like ignoring safety rules too things. But I don't know why. For some reason, the X Files that I remember a lot are the Scully Christian ones, because that was kind of like a plot thread in like so many episodes where it's like Scully is Christian, and like every other episode, Mulder is like, "Hey, did you believe in Canadian fuckbees?" And then Scully's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And like Mulder will pull out a newspaper, like, "Yeah, they're bees from Canada and they fuck you to death." Supposedly they were an urban legend, but flips over page. A woman was fucked to death by bees. Coincidence? And then Scully be like, I'm sure something else happened. I'm sure she just fell into a beehive. And like, I don't know. Got fucked to death by bees. I think that's what's happening. How's also that? Oh, I'm working on some Chaos Warriors. I'm currently prepping their bases for the old world. I did a lot of touching up. But anyway, there was a lot of X-Files episodes about Scully being a Christian. And then like Scully would see something like angelic or like things that would like affirm like maybe there's something up with this. And it was never like what you think might be Christian might actually be this cryptid or this weird science thing. But every time it was like the fedora would manifest on Mulder's head and they're like God isn't real, Scully. Bigfoot's real. I know Bigfoot's real, and I hope one day to cradle him in my arms. But God, whatever. And Scully'd be like, I don't know. I saw some bullshit. And Mulder'd be like, don't worry about it. There were several episodes like that, and it was just wild because I was like, dude, you're literally like the cryptid man, the conspiracy dude. And you couldn't even for a second consider that maybe that there's something going on at all. You have a crow that stole a knife from a crime scene and threatened to kill people. That's pretty rad. I mean, yeah, the thing is, like whenever an animal wilds out like that, it's kind of fun. Like, there's it's also like, I remember like an animal that, like a bird that became a celebrity because it was just super fat. Like, it just kept eating all the food at picnics. And then they're like, you gotta stop feeding. Like, people were like, we gotta stop feeding this bird. But guests were like, I love giving it crackers. I can't protect you from Canada. No, I mean, if God was real, he would have not made Canada. Think about that, Christians. Debate me. No, God's the worst. That's the worst kind of person. It could be radiation sickness. It could legitimately be it could be a lot of different things. Also, I'm incredibly thirsty, but we don't got that much time left. Okay, BRB. I'm thirsty enough. I need to get a drink. Yeah, exactly. He could have said Jesus is a cryptid. Anything. Boulder, please. Boulder, please. All right. I'm putting on my. Oh God, I forgot. It's gonna do it again. Let's go. Let's go. I love explosion transition. How you doing, Upsy Proxy? Welcome. It could be schizophrenia too. It really could. There's a lot of different things it could be. Let me move some of these Chaos Warriors. They do look nice when they can rank up. I gotta say, like, once again, like, the newer ones are more dynamic, so like they have a lot more posing. They look better as individual models. But like when you take these Chuckle Fucks and you go like, ooh yeah, look at that, ooh, perfect, ooh, nice, ranking up, yeah, 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 yeah. Nice. I also went to print out a movement tray for them, but my I'm still trying to figure out why my printer's not working. Like, I declogged it and everything, but for some reason, like, I'll put filament in and it just doesn't come out. It's like, what the fuck? Does this work? Like, it worked until it didn't. Uh, yeah. I guess if Jesus became a cryptid, immediately someone would be like, I'm going to hunt Jesus. Let's see what other dudes. I think I still got a little bit of that kind of like dark brown, so let's just kind of. We're gonna go back to the orcs. We're gonna add a little bit of skin to them. Climb a tower and kill Jesus to prove he's a cryptid. No, that also for some reason that what's it called? It reminded me of another thing I really like is when like not when other countries have interpretations of Jesus, but when like there's like a shrine in Japan somewhere that talks about like yes, Jesus had a brother here. and like went to visit him during the missing years of his life. And there's like a little grave for Jesus, and like talks about his like Japanese family. Like obviously when Jesus was gone for a while, he married a Japanese woman. They had many kids. It's like wild. So his neutral appears. God, I've played so many Mega 10 games, and I cannot, outside of very obvious as weakness, and I basically lose all of my enemy knowledge between games. Like I wish I kept them. This with the the Dark Gunner back. Like, all right, I'm coming over. Don't startle, man. But it's like there's like every now and then I remember. Yeah, but you don't get Almighty till like super late in the game. Like basically I have to like reuse like all of the like equivalent like they call it like all the scanning equivalent skills. I'm like, oh, okay, you're weak to this. Let's go. Oh god, I love that Jack Korean Jesus statue. It's so good. Hold on. People might not know what you're talking about. So after I paint these hands, I need to show everybody Jack Korean Jesus. It's the best. The best. Oh. Got like a pink crystal in my mouth somehow, and I don't know why. You heard me. If you heard me go like patoo, that was to get rid of that specifically. We'll probably delay these a bit more. The tricky thing is like the details on these are so small, and because like so this is kind of a weird thing compared to most mini painters, is because like I paint from a distance. Like sometimes getting like the little detail. Then again, I probably just am being a baby back bitch. I probably just need to take a real small model and try to get like really good, like as detailed as possible. I think of what route I usually go for. I did the Law route in Shin Megami Tensei 4. I did the... This is gonna sound dumb because this is like nobody's favorite Nocturne route. You guys know the route in Nocturne where you like beat all your friends up, tell them they're being idiots, and then you go back to, you basically reset Tokyo? I did that because I thought that was a fun ending. I also like if I type in Korean rip, they immediately know Jesus. Because I don't know, I thought that was a fun idea. Like it had like a fun arc of like, yeah, you are all my friends. You have all been corrupted by horrible power. I'm going to take my hideous power, and I am going to beat the fuck out of you until you become sane again, and then we're going to go home. I tried to go for it because that's also one of those ones too. The thing that always bothers me is like more or less objectively, there's like yeah, you can choose chaos, you can choose law, and like I know the neutral route is supposed to be like balance in all things, etc., etc. They're always such a pain in the ass to get. There we go. So yeah, this is ripped Korean Jesus, by the way. Look at, he's got that Space Marine physique. There we go. We can put him back next to Pinyo. By the way, if you did not know, I do have a new hype emote drawn by Echo, animated by Echo, and you can do that if you would like. It's still the BRB screen. Oh, you must have like a hella delay then. That must be a hella delay then, because I'm back. Hello, Whiplash. How you doing? Hopefully you're not suffering from hella delay too. I saw that, Doctor. The most best army. You're. Oh, okay. Nah, they're filthy loyalists. They can't be the best army. Objectively, you can't be loyalist and the best army. That doesn't work like that. Oh yeah, these guys need pants. I need pants on you, buddy. I could either go to do some like light brown pants, or I could just go back to kind of like a brown, maybe a brown pants. Yeah, you might need an F5, I think. Oh, can you let my family go, James Workshop? Never. Ever. Which is okay. Which is why, like in a cleansing ritual, I am going to be I'm going to be converting a rowboat girly man. Don't worry. Once I do that, Games Workshop will never work with me at official. Actually, every now and then I've been getting a point where like I'll post, like the Games Workshop Twitter would be like, "Hey, post your X," And like it's a definitely an engagement bait thing. Like for anyone who's familiar with VTubers, unironically, they do the Warhammer equivalent of drop your PNG. Like they don't feature you anywhere or do anything with that. It's just you post them, and that sometimes like people will see your stuff and they'll give you comments and maybe follow. And it's kind of like a community thing, but it's also like that probably makes their Twitter algorithm look real good. Got tempted to Warhammer. Ooh. Oh, you want to paint Warhammer? Whoa, 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 whoa. It's a German mustache man. Yeah, I'm hella curious about Persona 2. I know Persona 1 sounds like agony with no benefit. The Persona 2 duology I've heard is very interesting, but I don't got Persona 2 time. I don't got that. I have seen it sometimes on my end where I'm streaming and like for some reason because like I keep the creator dashboard up so I could like maintain shit and like check on like ad stuff and whatnot. AKA like do I need to do is an ad coming? Can I brace for impact? Um but the nice thing about that is well, not the nice thing, just like a weird thing about that actually is that sometimes it'll just straight up like die. Like it'll just look like I'm not streaming anymore. I'm like, what the fuck? Is my stream broken? I'm like, nah, it's fine. It's just actively gaslighting me in particular, which is real fucked up. I thought said Games Workshop don't gaslight me. Games Workshop, I beg of you, do not gaslight me. I don't want to get gaslight by Games Workshop. It's kind of I know it's got a lot of really neat concepts, but yeah, they're both. I've heard they're both kind of like older RPGs in a lot of ways. Persona 1 just sounds like it's like a fucking dungeon hell. Like if I'm gonna do a Shin Megami Tensei game with a lot of convoluted dungeons, I'll just play Strange Journey finally. I've been meaning to play Strange Journey for fucking years. Oh yeah, no, he's I think only Japan has funny mustache man with glasses as his original form. I think for everyone else, I don't know what they call him. For context, for people who don't know, and I don't know exactly the plot of Persona 2, so like I don't remember the exact details, but it's very much like a game based on rumors, like the idea of rumors becoming manifest and whatever. Oh, they just call him the Fuhrer. Okay, so when we say that, you kind of like when the Fuhrer is mentioned, unless we're talking about Full Metal Alchemist, you generally have an idea of who we're talking about. Um, But they wanted to have him in the game because I also think the Lancelot is like a story. However, they're like, oh, we can't show him in a video game in Western audiences. So they just gave him, and I cannot stress this enough, they gave him fucking sunglasses. They just gave him sunglasses, and they're like, ah, that's good enough. Call it a day. Call it a day. Ship it. Ship it. Ship it. And it's like, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Argentina. Oh yeah, that's a pretty common conspiracy theory. Because I think some of them did. Like it's not like it's like I think Hitler escaping is a conspiracy. I think Mengele did. I think Mengele fucking escaped because there was like a last podcast episode on him, and specifically they kind of mentioned that he ended up like after the war he did escape, but then basically lived the rest of his life of being like an awful like shit farmer in the middle of nowhere and just kind of just like going effectively like kind of going crazy because he kind of went from being like one of the most important people in the war just to being some schlub in some nowhere farm doing nothing, which honestly, yeah, get fucked, idiot. Like suffer. But yeah, the part about Hitler escaping is definitely was a rumor. There we go. It's a drip for the fatherland. Oh god. Oh, this guy, what was I doing with your face? I think I was trying to go for like a lighter one, and I might need to work on you later. I'm just kind of grabbing dudes at random. Like you, buddy. What do you need to get done? You got hair. You need hair and face. We still got some light gray on here. I think we got a little bit. The thing is though, like, it's like for a lot of us, the idea of retiring to a farm isn't the worst. Like it would suck to lose a lot of technology, but like it was, I think for him is kind of like he fancied himself as a scientist and like an important man. So when you basically deny someone that, which once again I'm glad he lived the rest of his life like fucking suffering for it, but he basically just kind of like just the demotion into a nobody schlub was just like it just fucking destroyed his pride. Yeah. Of course, even calling him like even like the scientist is like they basically just like did horrible tortures to people and like recorded it in a book. Like, setting this person on fire wasn't a good idea. It turns out when you set someone on fire, they don't like it. All right, let's add that. Let's add that to the journal. Yeah, we got no because it was just a book on how to horribly torture people. Now you do got like Operation Paperclip for stealing people who can make rockets, yeah, but no, that kind of stuff wasn't like not the funny thing. The sad thing is a lot of that stuff was kind of like the torture stuff was kind of integrated back into MK Ultra, but that also did nothing. Like MK Ultra was just a waste of everyone's time for many years, and it just fucked up so many lives for no reason. MK Ultra fucking blows. It really ruined so many things. Like you could argue there's like some like art and music that came out of it, but like goddamn, did it just waste everyone's time and money? Unless you're like one of those people who like, yes, yes, literally it did work. That's why they pretend that it didn't work. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Exactly, exactly. Listen, I as somebody who dabbles in conspiracy theory stuff, like just because this is not even a conspiracy theory, but a lot of conspiracy theories kind of reach back to it. Supposedly, there's like an old episode that's still on like Disney Plus of like one of those like Nazi rocket scientists that were just like straight up like, just like they like the ones that were absorbed a paperclip, they were he was just on an episode of like some Disneyland thing, just talking to little kids in like the 50s or the 60s about like, ooh, rocket technology. It's like you are a war criminal. You're a war criminal. Wow. Yeah. A lot of it was to stop the USSR from taking stuff, yeah. Which is also kind of weird because there was other areas that they just totally fucked it up. Like, and I remember in the Manhattan Project, a lot of scientists were commies. Some of them were just like they just thought it was a neat political idea and they didn't know it would get weird. Some of them legitimately were Russian spies though, and they kind of like sped up the Russian nuclear program a lot by sharing secrets back to Russia as they were developing the atomic bombs. Pyramid in the Arctic. That's oh, there's so many Arctic aliens. There's like a whole like Hollow Earth thing where the entrance to the Hollow Earth is in the Arctic. That one's fun too. Hollow Earth stuff is very very fun because I think Hollow Earth is like it's one of the, like the most whimsical of conspiracy theories. Hello, son. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about weirdo conspiracy theories now, which I imagine is going to tank this stream's performance on YouTube. I bet. I bet the algorithm is not going to like this one. I don't know if they can detect stuff. I know there's a while where people talked about like they specifically could not name drop COVID in their video because like there would be like some bot that would pick that up and it would just cause their video just to not get shown to people. I don't know if that's still active as much or at all. It's gotta be a fucking bummer. Uh oh, I put the paintbrush in the wrong paint pot. It's fine. Everybody knows that ancient aliens are why the pyramids were built. Duh. No, I love Ancient Aliens is like a goofy thing, but legitimately every time it's like, how could humans build something this complex back then? Because they still had like their version of mathematicians and scientists and chemists and engineers. Like the pyramids were built by a fuckload of artisans. They weren't just like reptilian overlords slapping slaves with like energy whips. Like there was a lot that went into those. Oh yeah, there was one episode when they're like maybe something white people did wasn't ingenuity, and it was the one about Vikings. They're like maybe Mjolnir was actually a fucking nuclear weapon, and I'm like, oh you crazies. Oh, you fucking weirdos. All right. Unfortunately, it is now 4 hours in, so it's time to wrap up for the evening. Bye bye to everyone on YouTube. I'm gonna get the VOD going, the raid stuff.